Hello and welcome to the channel. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. I'm the Flying Fabio, and you're watching the Flying Fabio channel. Today, we have a flight from London Stansted to Chambery, and it's all going to be done in VATSIM. We have controllers perhaps all the way there, which is going to be great. So, without further ado, let's get going. Plan the flight in SimBrief today, and already have it loaded. So I exported it from SimBrief, loaded into the sim. So Stansted is northeast of London. This right here is Heathrow. And we're going to depart Stansted. And if we get to departure, we think we'll actually going to fly very close to Heathrow. Head down to Midlands here. Actually, that's not Midlands. That has a different name. We'll see that in the charts. Cross the channel over France, just west of Paris, and then fly to the middle of France and kind of cut into the Alps from there. Chambery is deep, sorry, not deep, on the footsteps of the Alps. You can see Geneva up here and Chambery just south of there. It's in a bowl. There's terrain all around to the southeast and west, so the approach is going to be lake to land south. So these are the departures and arrivals we think we're going to get. Here, yellow there, the green, and into Chambery. We'll see if that's what we get. That's what's going to be loaded to our GPS. We're flying our Diamond 62 today once again, rusty aircraft. Right now, 50% fuel. Yeah, this range here could be a little scary. Some extra that, and again, we're going to try and carry things. So let's do this. Excel things. You can see. Yeah, that's a little extra. Should be good for today. There's plenty of weather in southern France, so we have to turn back somewhere here. So I'm comfortable with that much. Oh, change weight a little more stick. And no passenger today. Just very in here. All right, let's go fly. So Stansted in London has lots and lots of charts. Start the airport briefing. There's actually quite a few pages on this airport briefing. This is actually page 1, 2, 6 different pages. Some noise abatement procedures. Maintain an altitude as high as practical. Avoid flying bishops, store for Vnav, Sob, and Standsted. On pitch it, yeah. Full 25 St. Elizabeth's home. It's there. 1,000. About Standsted. Oh, those places they were talking. Don't know. So, ships, store. This is Bishop Store. To there. It's right there. Okay, so taking up to the southwest, turn right. Flying over Chambery. That's on town. This one, though, is this one, we say 20. So, really, it's a flying Bishop's chart stored for period. And avoid flying this and this. So, make sure flying as fast as we can. Run that. So, actually, I got to take a look and see. We need to look at very general direction, right? Okay, so this is where it turns. So we're not going to tells me probably around tails C -9. C is this guy. So a few options, I guess. Adds. So back here. So this guy here. B. Hey Lester, how's it going, man? Audio is cutting out. Okay. I think what it is I wasn't speaking loud enough. How's this now? Does that work better? And I can enable sim sounds also, which have been turned off. There we go. Now I should be able to hear the plane and me a little bit better. Yeah. Cool. All right. Thank you. Appreciate that. So let's have a look at where we are. So I put it in slew. So this is runway 4. Things hang is going to. Now I'm not connected to VetSim like this and not have to worry about it. Okay. The aircraft slew. I'm sure I can. Also don't. Oh. So is this hang? Maybe close enough. This is good. Start. You're not front. Sensitive. Calling it here. And she's already fired up since we started on the runway. But that's fine. Keep it there. Cutting out again. Okay. Let me do this. I was trying a different noise gate for my microphone, and I changed what the noise gate was. So I'm lowering the gate now and see if that works. Thanks, Lester. I appreciate you letting me know that. Okay, we're ready here, so why don't we go ahead and connect to VetSim. Okay, so let's get our flight plan in there. That's going to be straight up from Navigraph. Let's see. And As usual, we're not going to include any of our departures or arrivals that we're planning for. We're going to leave that to ATC. That means that our flight plan... Oh, I gotta edit this guy real quick. There we go, and make it a little bigger so we can see. There we go. Okay. So, here we go. That's our flight plan for today. Nugbo, direct, April direct, MID, which is, I don't think it's Midlands, we'll see. Then Upper Lima 612 is an airway, to another VOR, to another airway, Upper Lima 178 to Omani. And at Omani, there's at least one arrival that begins into Chambery. Thanks, Lesser. Appreciate that, man. Glad it's working now. Okay, let's change the rest of the flight plan. So it's London Standsted today, which first time actually I'm taking off from London, or from London Standsted. Destination is Lima Fox Lima Bravo Chambery, and Chambery is one of those airports that, because the approach is so unusual, steep down a valley, it's requires special training for pilots in real life to be able to land there. Okay, let's see. It is 12:37 right now, so we're gonna do 12:45. Quick departure here. Time en route. So our flight's about 500 miles today. We're gonna have crosswinds, but not a lot of tailwinds and headwinds. So I'm gonna say, call it 2.5 hours. 2 hours, 30 minutes, and we have enough fuel for about 3 hours and 30 minutes. Cruise speed of 179. I'm going to actually up this based on the last few flights. It's been a little more than that, so 184. Let's try that. Cruise altitude is 19,000, which is flight level 190, because we're going easterly. From a heading of 0 to 179, you have to be in odd flight levels, and from a heading of 180 to 359, then you got to be in even flight levels. Okay, this looks pretty good. Save, and can't file because we're not connected. So connect. We are Papa Tango Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot, and we have a DA62 today. Connect. There we go. Perfect. We are now connected. Let's file that flight plan, which is now filed. And hopefully we're going to have a couple more ATC pop up here. We're looking for London Center. Oh, there we go. A couple of different London Centers. That's because we don't have ATC in Stansted today, but we do have London Center. So we're going to pick up our clearance with London Center. It's 127.1. Let's dial that in. And get rid of this other pop-up here. There we go. Okay. 127.1. Perfect.
6.7 Victor.
Not going to be doing text in a bit for the pilot, so let's get rid of that. Okay, here we go. London Control, good afternoon. Papa Tango Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot is at Stansted, looking for IFR to Chambery, please.
Papa Tango Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot, I recognise that voice. Good afternoon, my friend. I hope you are well. You are cleared to Chambery on the Nugbo 1 Romeo departure, runway 22, and you squawk 2001.
And London Control, I recognize that voice also. Pleasure to hear you, Gary. And a little bit garbled there. That departure again for Papa Tango Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot, please.
Roger, I'll send it to you on text also. It's the Nugbo 1 Romeo departure. My 22, squawk is 2001.
Nugbo 1 Romeo, departure runway 22, then as filed, and squawking 2001. Papa Tango Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot.
Papa Foxtrot, read back as correct. The Standsted QNH is 1022.
1022 on the QNH, and we'll call ready for taxi. Papa Tango Tango Foxtrot.
Speedbird 974, resume your navigation.
Okay.
Redford.
So, let's get that, first of all, that information that he gave us and dial that in.
Control easy 093 with you, flight level 330, heading 160.
And that's good. Transponder.
Easy
code
0, sorry, correction, easy 2072.
001. There we go. Also, let me know if ATC is too loud in the background for you guys. If it's cutting over my voice, let me know. I can lower that. Okay, so that's good. Get rid of this caution over here. Let's see. Actually, it's even a little too loud for me, so I'm going to lower VPilot a little bit. Okay.
Easy 2072, route direct Kidley.
Let's see.
Easy
That,
2072.
and we have the departure that he gave us, which is
102 Foxtrot Lima, contact London Control 127.825.
Nugboat 1 Romeo.
London 2785, Ryanair 2 Fox Lima.
We had the Nugboat 1 Sierra loaded. I think it was for a different runway. So let's have a look at Nugboat 1. Let's turn on Navigraph. And 6 1 Romeo. There we go. This looks like it's a little too soon. Okay. Looks good. Alright, so let's go 1 Romeo. So runway 22.
Ryanair 7 uniform Romeo, Standsted to request
Max
push and start.
250 knots
on the
below,
right.
fly level 100. Okay, problem press unless authorized TC. Warning, due to interaction with
Ryanair 7
ground, do
uniform
not
Romeo,
climb
push
above
start is
4,000
approved.
into
Taxi, contact
Okay.
London on
Did not give us an altitude today.
27825.
So we're going to dial in 4,000. Sure.
Okay,
that out.
push and start is approved, and then for taxi London 17825, Ryanair 7 uniform Romeo.
See the altitude there. Let's put in
Speedbird
4,000.
697 Victor, contact London Control 127.825.
Cutting out again, Lesser.
17825,
Having all kinds of audio problems today.
Speedbird 974.
ATC's louder than me now, okay.
Good afternoon.
Hang on.
Sky 974.
Alright. Okay,
Control easy 2072,
let's try this. How about this? A little better now?
Easy 2072, descent 200, expect flight level 150 by Kidley.
Flight level 200, flight level 150 for Kidley, easy
There we
2072.
This is actually good for me now, ATC. I don't know if it is for you guys, so let me know. Okay, so 1,000 is in the out. What else is in the 22? Sweep. 1,000. Then down. So airport is heavy. Okay, so down right. See. So 8. Which also means that here it at least. Average track mileage 18. Okay, so I exactly it's 18.
113 X-ray Victor, turn right, heading 110 degrees.
Out now. Straight ahead. Seconds. And it's the set. So
82072, descent
Is
flight
that,
level 150, level Kidley.
is that 80?
Flight level
57.
150, 11 Kidley, easy 2072.
Sorry, no, DME3. It's from ISX. These DMEs here, see. So this DME is from ISX. That's ISX. So just to minute. Yeah, that's weird, Lesser. I don't know what's going on, man. Oh, I see. Yeah, I even see the cutting. Okay. Adjusted something else. Let's try that now and see how that works. I hope it's better now.
82072, contact London
Let's see,
Controller,
110.5, and we gotta swap that out. There we go. Oh, it was already in there. Yeah, should have looked at that. But interestingly, I have ISED, which is a different identifier than oh, sorry, you can't see that there, right? If I shift over here, there, look, ISED right there. It should be ISX. Again, this could be because I'm on the opposite side of the airport and I'm picking up an ILS for a different runway. So what I'm going to look at real quick is the approach plates for the different runways and see if there's an ISED. Yep, right there. So ISED, same frequency, is also the ILS DME for runway 4.
13 X-ray Victor, I thought you've got to close. The next controller's aware of what you're doing.
Okay, so
contact him on
that's fine.
17825.
It should still work out for us, but that's why that looks the way that it looks. Okay, here we go. What else? Oh, clear that for now so we can see the bottom there. Okay, so we dial that in. Now we have to dial in Parkway, which is 116.25. So we're going to go to Nav2 by pressing the middle here, 116.25. And swap it. And there we go, Parkway. And now we're going to show bearings for both of those. So PFD, bearing 1, I'm going to do Nav 1, and bearing 2 right there, I'm going to do for Nav 2, which is Parkway. So now I have Nav 1 is this, they even show you here in the drawing the arrow. Thanks, Lasser, appreciate that. They even show you here on the arrow that it's that is for this bearing, which is Nav 1, and this type of arrow is that bearing for Nav 2. Perfect. Let's see what else. That's then, okay, so climb straight ahead to DME 3.1 from ISX, which they say is also Barkway Radio 157. Okay. Turn right, intercept Barkway Radio 170 inbound by DME 8.0 to Barkway. Okay. Cross DME 5 from Barkway at or above 3,000, max 4,000. That's what the blue is there for. Okay. Then to DME 2.0 from Barkway at 4,000. Okay. Turn left, intercept Barkway 258 to Nugbo at 4,000. All right, so quick sort of right turn, then a left turn after departure, all based on these two, well, VOR and this localizer DME, and some altitudes for us to fly. Shouldn't be a problem. Basically, can look intimidating, but if you think about it, since this is between 3 and 4, this is 4, this is 4, all you need to do is get to 4 before here, and you're good, because that satisfies this condition, and that condition. All right, cool. Let's try that. Back to our airport here. So it's going to be runway 22 for departure, and we are here. So we're expecting to taxi out of here, take Golf, this taxiway right here, to cross perhaps here on Victor. Oops. Cross over to Hotel, which we're going to take all the way to 22 on Romeo or Sierra. That's what I'm expecting. All right, let's call him and see what we get. I'll keep this up so we can kind of have that as reference as he's talking to us. London, Papa Tango Tango Foxtrot. Foxtrot is at Hangar 3, ready for taxi. Oh, looks like he dropped off. I just looked in vPilot. There's no more London C center, which is one of their positions and the frequency that I was on. Okay. I guess he maybe he's done, or maybe he just had an internet problem. Well, all right. So that means we're gonna have to taxi on our own here. Let's turn on our aircraft position. Not for this chart, doesn't support it, but this chart does. Get rid of the pilot. Okay. So, oh look, it didn't. This wasn't hangar 3 like I thought it would be. All right. Well, even easier, because now we can just taxi out of here and take Victor across to hotel. All right, that works for me. Let's start this taxi. Let's get involved. There we go. Okay, so start my track IR. There we go. All right, so we are. Oh, somebody departed there. That's cool. We are ready to taxi. Let's get rid of our parking brake. Get going. It's on. So much power to taxi this aircraft. Okay, clear right. Left. So upcoming here on the right should be that Victor taxiway that's going to cross runway 422. Since we're not on ATC, we're going to have to check and just ensure ourselves, right, that nobody's landing or taking off. Just visual. In the meantime, we can start getting the plane ready. So we're going to take off in heading mode. So I'm going to press heading here, get the heading mode right there. Make the screens a little bit brighter so you can see a little bit better. Victor coming up here. Oh, landing lights and strobe lights are on because remember she loaded in on the runway. So we'll just keep it on. So I'm going to stop here just to have time to check. Sure. Okay, so nobody on final for runway 04. Nobody on final for runway 22. Let's go. Okay, so continuing. Because I pressed heading, it also gave me pitch, which is fine because I want to use that for takeoff. But remember, I press a button that I mapped for Toga to move my pitch up to the takeoff, my flight director pitch up to that takeoff attitude that I'd like to have. That's set. Okay. But I don't have my heading bug set to runway heading yet. And so remember that when we get to airport chart, we have runway heading when we look at number for the runway right there. So that's for 04. Up here is for 22. So that 223 is what my heading bug has to be set to be on runway heading. So let's set that to 223. Oops. That pesky zoom on the mouse wheel if your cursor is not right over it. So 22. There we go. That's our runway heading. And it looks like we have wind from the left right now, coming from somewhere over there. She's trying to weather vane or turn her nose into the wind. So if I take my feet off the rudder pedals right now, this is what she'll do. Going to turn into the wind. So I have to keep some right rudder in, which means on the takeoff I'll have to keep left rudder, taking off in the opposite direction. Pressing B to set the altimeter, current altimeter setting. Since I don't know what it is, I don't have ATC. I'm gonna also put my transponder to on instead of out, because I'm on the ground. Overcast today in London. Nothing terrible. You know, typical English weather. Okay, so back to the chart. Getting close to the runway threshold. So I'm going to hang a left on Romeo instead of Sierra. They basically have two different ones here, so that you can line up two different aircraft in the whole short, get them ready for departure, and basically sequence people quickly that way. So when it's just you, doesn't matter which one you take. I'll take the shortest one, which is the first one. Yeah, live weather is working, Lesser. At least it seems to be working. I checked the weather before I departed, or before I started the stream, and it's pretty much this. So looks like it's working now. I'll bring up the wind indication here, and we'll see. Oh, this is pretty cool. Look at this. I'll go outside so we can see this a little bit better. Actually, let me use the... I'm going to use the drone camera. So check this out. Two different markings, right? There's this here, and this here. This is the usual hold short, which you see before any runway. There's our runway. And our runway sign over here on taxiway Alpha should be Romeo. You know, Flight Sim has wrong taxiway numbers. So Alpha here should be Romeo, runway 22. But this marking here means, hey, hold short of the runway, right? The solid stripes on this side means you cannot cross from here to there without clearance. If you're coming from over there, leaving the runway, then the dashed lines are on your side. So that means, yeah, you can cross from here to there without authorization. This is a sort of a one-way authorization marker. This here is not a hold short marker. It's an ILS marker. Basically, there's an ILS for this runway, right, for land. There's the approach lights. And this marker keeps aircraft from getting too close to the antenna, to the signal being sent out, and distorting the ILS signal. Not every airport will have this because it depends a lot on the equipment being used and terrain immediately around the runway. But you see, when you see this, you don't have to stop here until unless ATC tells you to. If you don't hear anything about hold short of the ILS there's a name. It's not safety zone. It's ILS something zone. If you don't hear that, don't worry. You can pass it and stop normally at the short. But if they say hold short of the ILS whatever safety zone, that means your hold short line is now this and not that. Pretty cool that that's in Flight Sim too. Okay, so there is another LondonController, 127825, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to call him and just make sure that he doesn't want me on his frequency this departure. You know, I rather ask and he says no, you don't have to talk to me, than I don't talk to him and he gets angry at.
Flight level 70, Emirates 9942.
Runway 14 Quebec, descend flight level 70.
Since flight level 70, Vnav 58.
1627, clean airborne, climbing 5,000 feet.
Easy 1627, London Control, hello, climb, correction, climb flight level 9, correction, climb flight level 150.
Climb flight level 150, easy 1627.
London Control, good afternoon. Papa Tango Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot is about to depart Standsted. Would you like us to coordinate that departure?
Yep, Papa Foxtrot Foxtrot, when you're ready to go, give me a call.
And Papa Tango Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot is holding short of runway 22 on Romeo, ready for departure.
Have a Foxtrot, Foxtrot, cheers, runway 22, clear takeoff the surface wind 28 degrees at 7.
We're clear for departure, runway 22. And Jamie, this is Fabio. Hi, bud.
Hello, mate. EG2072 left, turn heading 09 degrees.
Left heading.
Okay, here we go. So that's Jamie, who goes by LondonController on Twitch. Great streamer too. Go ahead and watch him. Give him a chance because he deserves it. Okay, landing lights on, strobes on, transponder goes to out. Final. And I should tell him about the departure too, right? So, stand by.
Emirates 9942, climb now, flight level 180.
Emirates 9942.
You know, even though this is a VOR-based departure, not an RNAV departure, I'm going to see if we can fly it with the GPS that we have now. So let's see if it even has it to begin with. So, yep, select departure. It has Nugbo 1 Sierra there. Let's see if it has Nugbo 1 Romeo. Nugbo 1 Romeo, look at that. Now, enter. What transition? I don't think there is a transition. So now,
London Controller, good afternoon. Dream Team 739 Kilo Flight Level 380.
Dream Team
oh,
739 Kilo London, hello.
look at that.
0335.
Looks like it may work.
0355.
Okay, let's give it a try.
Lieutenant Golf P10 flight level 70, speed 220 knots.
Let me tell him that we're going to fly the number.
Down to 70, speed 220 knots, original Golf.
London Papa Tango Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot for your coordination. We're in charge. Contact with a different London control before. We're going to be flying the Nugbo 1 Romeo.
Yeah, that's fine. We've got all those details, you mate.
Roger. Departing runway 22. Papa Tango Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot. Here we go. Okay. 2 good engines. Good oil temperature, good oil pressure, good coolant temperature. Props went yellow for a little bit. That's okay. The FADEX brought it back. There's that crosswind. You can actually see the windsock flying a little bit there. .74 is our rotation. Positive rate. Gear up. Matching the flight director there.
Right 360 degrees, original Golf. Yes, sir.
Looks good. I'm going to turn the autopilot on. There we go. And I'm going to turn to nav since we are going to fly this departure via the GPS. GPS captured. Okay, I'm going to go flaps up. And climb power of 95%.
Slightly overshot your airfield slightly, left turn all the way around 075.
Again, Golf Mike Kilo.
Golf Mike Kilo, you seem to have overshot your airfield.
Somebody overshot something. Whoops.
My airfield is Echo Golf India Whiskey. It's just to the west of Chambery. So I was a bit confused about the altitude you were saying.
Well, at least he's honest.
Birmingham goes south about 50 miles.
Okay, I've got you. Golf Mike Kilo, stop at descent flight level 1701, reach it.
Highway right there.
Level 1, stop at descent at 170. Golf Mike Kilo.
And then the place we shouldn't fly over is coming up, but look at our altitude. Almost 2,500. And actually go a little steeper here on the pitch. Get our speed down closer to about 104.
Down to 3,510 and QNH 1024, so go.
Gonna get my zoom down a little bit so we can see a little bit better what the plane is doing. Here we go. Auto sequencing to the next turn. And if we look on the chart, that's exactly what we should be doing, right? Now notice it's turning in not exactly on the black line. That's okay. That's perfectly okay. All you need is to fly over this and then turn towards that. And it looks like we're in the soup. Yep. Off we go. IMC. Watching that speed now since I got pretty steep. I want to make sure it doesn't get too low. And now also watching our temperature, outside air temperature right here. Currently 11 degrees, because as soon as it goes to 10 and below, and I'm in visible moisture like this, I can expect icing. Doesn't mean it will happen, but get ready for it. Here's the 4,000. Remember, we got to be at 4,000. Papa Foxtrot, Foxtrot, flight level 70. Okay, here we go. And I should have said flight level 70, Papa Foxtrot, Foxtrot, but what threw me off there is
LondonController easy 2072.
oh, you know what? I just realized I busted the 4,000 because I was in pitch.
Can you confirm
Same as yesterday, guys. Same as yesterday. All right. Anyways, what threw me off is it said Papa Foxtrot, Foxtrot. So my tail number is Papa Tango, Tango, Foxtrot, Foxtrot. But in Europe, they'll abbreviate this to Papa Foxtrot, Foxtrot. It's just odd, you know? Man, I'm still upset at myself for busting that 4,000 in pitch. And I'm going to do it again right after 7,000, but now I'm watching. You know what? I'm going to try flight level change today and see what happens. So flight level change, look at that pitching. See that pitching right there? It's because I changed the flight level change, but let's see if she can stabilize. So flight level change is now our... Look at that. But flight level change is now our pitch mode, and it's trying to pitch to do 110 knots. Now it's capturing 7,000 because it got close enough. That wasn't for us, was it? Nope. Yep. Okay. So we'll try again flight level change when it's time to climb. Oh, look. Hey, nice. Climb flight level 9 or 0, Papa Tango, Foxtrot, Foxtrot. Okay, here we go. 9 or 0. And let's go flight level change. I'll show you. And get that flight level change down to 110 knots. Let's see if she can do 110 knots. So, set flight level change to 110 knots. She's pitching up to try and slow down to it. But she also has to level at 9,000, so let's see.
Left 275 and clear for Alpha 0. 275.
Left turn now, heading 15.
Show you where we are in that departure. There we go. So he's having us climb much, much higher than what normal departure would. But that's okay. We want to do that. Higher we go, less fuel we use.
Bye-bye.
Ooh, look at that pitching for the level off. Man, yeah, this autopilot has a hard time with pitch sometimes. And now look, turning towards Nugbo. And after that, we're just joining the en route phase of the flight.
Right, at 1 for Quebec, turn right, heading 312 degrees, expedite the descent.
Right heading 310 degrees and expedite descent and 150 degrees.
Leveling off.
7851 Whiskey, Heathrow now 19725.
19725, 851.
EG2072, descend altitude 2,000 feet.
Now I'm watching my airspeed here.
2,000 feet, easy 2072.
It's okay to go into the yellow if the air is smooth. But this close to clouds, and in a congested airspace like London, there's no advantage in flying that fast.
Can you confirm?
And I mean this close to clouds, meaning it can get turbulent this close to clouds. As a matter of fact, the fact that clouds are looking bumpy like that means that right there, there's a little bit of turbulence. There are air currents going up and down, right?
Climb flight level 130.
Climb flight level 130, Papa Tango, Foxtrot, Foxtrot. Okay. 130. Notice I'm still screwing up my call sign on the frequency because I'm just not used to saying Papa, Foxtrot, Foxtrot. Okay, 130. Now, let's do flight level change again. Flight level change, and it captures the current speed. So now if I add power, it will try to keep that speed, which means pitching up, because I have additional power, right? Now, it overshot, so now it has to pitch down to get to it. But that's also a very high speed, 153. That's the speed we were at when I pressed flight level change. So now, I come over here, and I use the nose up and nose down buttons. In this case, the nose down. Look, to get the speed lower, 1 knot at a time, or if you keep pressing it skips a bunch of knots. And let's go to 115. 115 should be enough for this climb.
Under control, Golf, Oscar, Romeo, Alpha.
Golf Oscar Romeo Alpha, London, hello, pass message.
Hello, very good afternoon, Jamie. Golf, Oscar, Romeo, Tango, Cirrus 22. We're routing Leeds Bravo, requesting clearance to enter the zone. Bit of fast touch and go, runway 32.
Golf from Oscar, main outside, I'll give you a call back in a few minutes.
Okay.
LondonController, Ryan 7 Papa Romeo Bonia, 1 X-ray departure.
I'm going to change my zoom so I can see my next waypoint. Always a good practice to be able to see at least your next or your 2 waypoint. There we go, on your map.
Climb plate level 100, Ryan 7 Papa Romeo.
Direct.
And direct to see that.
Leveling off? No. No, just having a hard time with speed there. So, flight level change needs some work. It works. You can tell it works, but it needs some work. Yeah, pretty much overcast all over London today.
Go from Oscar, set 0320.
0320.
Right, I'm for Quebec, runway 22, clear to land, the surface wind 280 degrees at 7.
Clear to land, and 150 degrees.
Coming back here because we're about to level off at 13 and I want to see what she's doing pitch-wise. So this right here, this kind of pitching in real life, super uncomfortable. Right, this is, you can tell, it's pitching way too much. Shouldn't be doing that. And our vertical mode changed to alt 13000 FT, right? So capturing altitude at 13,000 feet. Good. That's what we wanted. Now, we need to be in standard. This is a flight level, so we need to be in, oh, interesting. We need to be in standard, which means altimeter setting, which means 2992. It means we were a little low. See? We're about, how low? Climb flight level 190, Papa Foxtrot, Foxtrot. At least I got my call sign right that time. 190. And let's try flight level change one more time. And we're going to do 115 knots again.
Got my kilo to 7,000.
And up she goes. Trying to get to that speed of 115.
Please enter the least control zone on above 2,000 feet VFR, Golf Oscar Romeo.
Man, I always expect to turn and see some people there one day.
Full flying runway 32 Golf Romeo.
So in this case, I'm taking some, hey, solid coffee's here. Afternoon. So in this case, we are taking a family of rich folks to their home in the Alps. They're going to go to Chambery, which is one of the posh entryways to the Alps, and go from there. Chambery is one of those airports that's big enough to accommodate small business jets, even large business jets, but still be close enough to, you know, all these amazing valleys and mountaintops that are in the Alps. So people fly into there all the time and then make their way into the Alps from there. And you'll see on the approach, if the weather is supposed to be super clear over the Alps today, you'll see on approach what an awesome setting it is.
Controlling 19 Hotel Zulu with you, holding 1 Alpha X-ray over.
19 Hotel Zulu, London, hello, 27, clear take off the Bristol wind, 29 degrees at 12.
Copy wind, so take off 27 on the
1627, non-flight heading I did assign to you, flight heading now 09 degrees.
090 degree, yeah.
58 kilo to do Badlands 1 Golf.
So good practice to always keep your heading bug to the heading that you're flying. You have probably heard that before, but why? What's important about that? And Coffee, I'll get to your question in a second. So what's important is, if by chance, you're in GPS mode right now, right, for lateral navigation. If by chance the autopilot drops off to heading, which can happen if GPS, if you get a GPS receiver problem, or maybe somebody's jamming the signal, a lot of GPSs can detect that and they'll stop providing that information to the avionics, right? Because they know it's erroneous information. So the plane will drop down to heading mode. And when he does that, it's going to turn to the heading that the heading bug is at. Well, if the heading bug is already on the heading that you're at, there is no turning. So what happens is the avionics here will change from GPS to heading, and that's it. You may not even notice that happened if you're not watching, right? Not paying attention. The plane doesn't turn, it doesn't do anything. So, it's why we do that to the heading bug, as opposed to leaving it where it is now, or even worse, over here. So, there's a comfort effect, for sure. But the other thing is, if you lose your GPS, or whatever navigational source you're using, right? And you lose the indication of where that was, which can also happen. So this needle can go away. You may not remember what heading you were flying at if the heading bug was not there, right? And by the way, look at this, 1000 below, it goes to inverse video to alert us, hey, it's almost time to level off. And you see how much better flight level change did this time with the airspeed? So I think that happened because the air is smoother outside. But anyways, we'll test more flight level change and see how that goes. And London, you're coming in a little weak. Can you spell that out phonetically for us, please, for Papa Foxtrot? Roger, there at Bengal for Papa Foxtrot. Foxtrot, thank you. So we don't have that in our flight plan, but we can type that in, right? So we can go direct to and just type it in. I'm gonna turn his volume up a little bit. I can barely hear now. And Coffee, I haven't forgotten your question. We'll get there. Stand by. Bravo. Echo. November. And notice that once you start typing like this, or not typing, but selecting characters, it's kind of hard to see there, right? It's small on the screen, but I already have BEN. Then what happens is for the next character, you don't have all the choices from before. See, for example, I have 0 as a choice, but then after 0, it goes to A. You see that? Then it goes to B, fine. Then it goes to D. There's no C because there's no waypoint spelled B-E-N-C. So to make it easier, that's what they do. So I think he gave us this golf. Oh, you know what? I don't think I copied it down correctly, which is fine. You can ask him again. London, Papa Tango, Tango, Foxtrot, Foxtrot. Once again, the phonetic spelling for that waypoint, please.
Papa Foxtrot, Foxtrot, Benbo, Bravo, Echo, November, Bravo, the B-E-N-D-O. I've also put it in.
Roger, thank you. We're having trouble finding that in our GPS, but also hearing it. Okay, Benbo. So Bravo, Oscar. And by the way, this happens in real life too. Sometimes it's hard to understand what ATC wants to tell you. Here we go. Benbo. Enter. Activate. And there it is. We now have a new line that's going down to, and if I zoom out, be able to see. There we go. Benbo. So it was one of the waypoints in our airway. So he's just giving us a little shortcut here, which is great. All right, let's get to Coffee's question. Full flight ahead of us to ask questions. That's very true. Okay, so climb descent rate starts being uncomfortable for passengers. You know what? Great question. And I'll tell you why it's a great question. So I'm going to lower V pilot once again so we can hear a little bit better here. Yeah, so why is it a good question? Because I was actually having this conversation with my dad yesterday. So my dad, also a pilot, has flown for his entire professional career and has had some pretty important flying jobs. Lots and lots of flying experience in a lot of different aircraft. And one of the things that he mentioned, he's been watching these flights too, which is awesome, right? I feel super privileged to have him watch these flights. But one of the comments he made is that I was using 1,000 feet per minute to go down on the flight yesterday. And he said, you know, in unpressurized aircraft, like the Diamond 62, where, you know, it's not pressurized. The air inside the cabin is the same air as outside. It's warmer because we have heaters inside and it's enclosed, right? But it's like your car. If you don't turn your air conditioning on or your heater on, you can have the windows closed, but ultimately it's kind of the same as outside, right? So in unpressurized aircraft, going down 1,000 feet per minute can be uncomfortable to the ear. So usually you'd go down probably 500 feet per minute, 800 feet per minute would be sort of the tops. I used 1,000 because it's easy to do the math when I'm doing some top of descent calculations, stuff that you don't normally have to do if you have the full Garmin avionics. But since I do, I used 1,000, and so yeah, that is a little too much for the ear in an unpressurized aircraft. Now, in a pressurized aircraft, meaning any airliner out there, any business jet, and a lot of high-end propeller aircraft, then the pressure inside the cabin is changing a whole lot less than the outside. Imagine that when you take off in a pressurized aircraft, right? You take off from, let's make it easy, you take off from sea level and you go to 30,000 feet, and you fly at 30,000 feet for hours, and then you come back down to 0. Well, inside that aircraft, that's not what happened. Inside the aircraft, where you and everybody else were, you went from sea level, yep, when you boarded the aircraft, you were at sea level. Then when the plane climbed to 3,000 feet, or 30,000 feet, the cabin actually only climbed to 8,000 feet. 8,000 feet. That's about the top altitude you have inside the cabin of an aircraft. It's not the same sea level that you're at, because it would just take a much beefier structure. Literally, the physical structure of the aircraft would have to be stronger to pressurize it at a higher pressure, so that even at 30,000 feet you would still feel like you're at sea level. So they don't do that. They don't keep the pressure the same. The pressure does lower, but it doesn't lower like you're at 30,000 feet, because you would pass out. There's not enough oxygen at lower pressures like that. So the cabin then goes from sea level to, say, 8,000 feet, and it stays at 8,000 feet, and then comes back down. So if that's the case, right, if you already make the mental leap that, okay, so that's really what happens to the air inside the cabin, then that means that you have less to climb or less to descend, right, during the flight for the cabin than the aircraft. Okay, getting a little confusing? Think about it this way. The plane is going to climb to 30,000 feet, right? And it's going to take 30 minutes to get there. So it's climbing at what, 1,000 feet per minute, right? That will give you 30,000 feet after 30 minutes. Okay. Well, the cabin only has to go to 8,000 feet, but it still has a half an hour to get there. So it can climb much slower because it has the same amount of time to get to a lower altitude. And then it's the same on the way down, right? On the way down, the cabin starts at 8,000 feet. It's going to end at sea level again. And it has a half an hour again. We're going to go down at 1,000 feet per minute. So it has a half an hour again to go down from 8,000 feet to 0. So it's going to go down at about, what, 200, 300 feet per minute? Something like that. I hope that made sense, Coffee. Let me know. Yeah, you're very welcome. Very welcome. You know, the reason I love explaining things, and I do love explaining things, sometimes a little too much, is because that's when you truly understand the subject. In my experience, at least for me, I never truly understand anything until I try to explain that to someone else. Then it clicks, you know, because you have to kind of find ways to make it easier or simpler for somebody to understand what perhaps may be a complex subject. But it's really only complex if you approach it from those directions, right? You know, oftentimes you can approach it from a different direction, sometimes a very different direction, and then it's easier to understand. By the way, look over here on the screen. You see that right there? Oops. That right there, I believe, is London Heathrow. Although I only see... Oh, no, it's Gatwick. It's Gatwick. I only see one runway. There's no other runway here. I believe we were going to fly right over Gatwick. Let's take a look at our moving map from Navigraph. Yep, right there, look, London Gatwick. And we're going to fly straight over it with that little shortcut that Jamie gave us from here down to Benbow.
Roger, 290 will establish on 26694.
Going 1244, turn left heading 285, descent flight level 80.
285 and what was the level, sir?
It's flight level 80.
285 and 80, that's Skyways 1044.
Yeah, way too south to be Heathrow. Agreed, Coffee. Coffee, You sound like you may have some local knowledge there. Let's have a look outside. I don't think we can see anything, but you never know. No holes, huh? Nope. No holes. We just have to imagine that there's an airport somewhere down there. Ah, gotcha, Coffee. Gotcha. You know, I've never flown into Gatwick. I've flown into Heathrow a number of times, but never Gatwick. So, let's have a look at Chambery. Can I find it myself? I don't know if I can. I think. Oh, I think it's. Let's see. Here. No. Oh, that's Geneva. I'm a little. Here? Yes. Found it. Okay. So I'll zoom out so you can see. Right where my cursor is, right? So Italy, France, right where my cursor is, right there. And this is what I'm talking about as far as terrain, right? So this is not it. This is another small airport. I'm talking about this airport right here. This is Chambery, Le Bain, with my bad French. And you can tell that there's a lake here, right? But then there is high mountains here, a little bit of a pass here, and then high mountains here. So the issue with this airport is if you come in over here and land, that's fine. But if you have to go around, or if you have to land the other way because of prevailing winds, then you have to get really, really close to terrain, either on the turn out of your go around, either way, or you know, if you have to land the opposite way, then you have to get really close to the mountains. Not as critical, but still have to get really close to the mountains, turn and land that way. So it's nothing insane, but it's unusual, right? It's not as easy as other airports, which is why the airport and the authorities require special training. So, for example, at flight safety, we'd go in the simulator and fly different approaches, all kinds of failures, etc., to make sure that people are as well trained as possible to fly, not only flying to a place like this, but then to handle any emergencies, any contingencies that could happen. So Chambery does have instrument approaches because it's a high volume airport and important for the economy of the region. And so I'll show you that some of those approaches. So let's look at, for example, this is the ILS Zulu or localizer Zulu for 1818, and it's an interesting chart. So what's interesting about it? Well, there's a few sort of unique things about it, right? I thought that was for me. So once in a while, I always think that you know, ATC's talking to me, so I stop talking just to listen and see if anybody's answering what he said. If they don't, it was probably me. So for example, look at the minimums section down here, right? There isn't one. Well, actually up here, look, there's straight in landing. These are minimums, but then it says for minimums, C11-3A. And then for minimums, if the localizer is the only thing you're using, if the glide slope is out, then they say C11-3B. Okay. And then for special instructions, C10-1P. Wow. Okay, so there's some different things here. So first of all, let's look at the minimums here for the ILS. 11-3A, which is this chart right here. Wow. Oh, okay. So, first of all, this is based on missed approach climb gradient and indicated airspeed. All right, so those two things are going to dictate where my minimum is. And again, this has to do with being close to terrain. So the standard minimums given hereunder are established according to the following two parameters. A, the indicated airspeed, which is applied for missed approach, yeah, compatible with a bank angle of 20 degrees. Oh, so they're even taking bank angle into account. And then B, the minimum climb gradient is in a missed approach, mean geometrical gradient which has to be applied over the entire flight path between the start of climb and 5,000 feet above mean sea level, with taking into account the bank angle of 20 degrees during turns. Woo! Man, what a mouthful. I fell asleep twice during that sentence. So basically, they're saying, look, we took all of this into account. Please use these, otherwise you might die. That's pretty much what they're saying. And here, look, respecting these values, it is left to the aircraft operators to establish the operational minimums to be used by their aircraft crews. What this means is, hey, just because we publish this, it doesn't mean that it's a good idea for all your pilots to fly this. Like, you know, say you have a commercial operation, you have a few aircraft, a bunch of different pilots, you know, a small little charter fleet. You know, some pilots are better than others. That's the reality of life. Some people are better than others in anything in life. So some pilots may be able to fly this approach, no problem. And some other pilots, not so much. So what they're saying is you might want to have even different minimums for your own operation. And the values in the tables below do not allow any interpolation. This is rare, so when it shows up, they say this. Usually in aviation, anytime you see a table, you wanna interpolate, meaning you wanna get a value that's between these two. Because, for example, your missed approach climb gradient happens to be 3.2. Hey, wow, Quayert. I'm gonna try Quayert. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. So let's say your climb gradient is 3.2%, right? Well, it's not 3, it's not 3.5. What do you do then? Well, you could interpolate in a lot of tables, not in this one. So they give you your indicated airspeed, right? And your missed approach climb gradient, and that gives you your minimum. So what's our indicated airspeed on approach? We actually do 104. We're slower than this. So we have to go, we don't have a table for that, so we have to go with this here, which is the slowest airspeed they give us, 111 to 120. Okay, what's our missed approach climb gradient? This is something that we get from the performance manual of the Diamond 62. So that's what we're going to do next, is we're going to start looking at that. Hey, trying to learn, that's awesome, Quayert. I appreciate sharing knowledge, and I appreciate you being here, man. Okay, let me get us to the little performance. Well, I'll open the POH, the whole POH here, which is the Pilot Operating Handbook from Diamond. So if I go to, first of all, here's the cover page, right? So it's the Airplane Flight Manual. They don't call it a POH in Europe, they call it an Airplane Flight Manual. In the United States, this is called a Pilot Operating Handbook. But they're the same thing. And what this is it's a book that comes with the aircraft, and it allows the pilot to do a bunch of different performance calculations. It allows the pilot to learn how to do the walk around the aircraft. It allows the pilot to get some checklists made by the manufacturer to know how to operate the aircraft. And it's separated into a bunch of different sections. So I'll show you that. It's a very formal document, so it has a lot of documents, or a lot of pages that are just basically coded information, right? It's like, hey, this is document number, issue number, blah, 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 requirements are this, you know. But then there's some sort of straight up English here. So look at this, forward. We congratulate you on the acquisition of your new Diamond DA62. This is a document I got when I purchased my 6th Diamond 62. The previous 5 came with different documents. This was, no, I'm just kidding, guys. I wish I had a plane like this, right? $1.4 million. So let's get those donations going, and maybe one day we'll be doing flights for real, guys. So they say, welcome. You know, congratulations. Skillful operation of an airplane increases both safety and the enjoyment of flying. Please take the time, therefore, to familiarize yourself with your new Diamond, right? It's sort of an introduction to give you some context there. Then there's approval, a bunch of revisions, but what I want to show you is right here. It's basically the table of contents to show you how this document is late today, Luke's, but still here, man. Welcome in. Glad you're here, man. So here's how most of these books are always organized. And I say always organized, why? Because normal operating procedures are typically chapter 4, or some books will call it section 4. Performance is usually chapter 5. General is usually 1, limitations is 2. So what does this all mean? Some of them are self-explanatory, some are not. So for example, general is general. I'll show you what that means. Could be anything, right? Then there's operating limitations. Operating limitations for an aircraft means the maximum or minimum numbers for a bunch of different things. So for example, what's the maximum speed you can fly this plane at? What's the maximum weight you can load the aircraft to before takeoff? All those things are under limitations. They're limits, right, of the aircraft, so they're under limitations. Then we have emergency procedures. Those are actual checklists on how to handle the more often happening emergencies. I say that because that's pretty much how manufacturers decide what's going to be in here. What do I mean by that? Well, you can't cover every possible situation that can happen to an aircraft, right? It would be great if you could, and then you'd have a checklist or notes telling the pilot what to do in every possible case of that anything goes wrong. That's not realistic. So what they'll do is they will fly the aircraft for a while. Like, obviously, flight testing is done a lot before the plane is sold to anybody. If you don't know this, when a new plane is built, it flies anywhere from a year to a year and a half. And not just one, they usually make 4 or 5 different test models and fly them basically non-stop for a year to a year and a half to certify the aircraft, to prove to the authorities the aircraft is safe. But it's also so that they can learn a lot about the aircraft and then add it to documents like this. So during that year and a half, things go wrong, especially because it's a new aircraft, you know, new design, and so hey, yeah, fresh coffee. Actually, Wait, I'm drinking iced coffee right now, so cheers. So during that testing, they learn a bunch of stuff. They see what breaks most, and they design these emergency procedures, and they even design basically contingencies, right? Checklists, a step-by-step set of procedures that tells the pilot what to do if something goes wrong. Then you have normal operating procedures. So these are checklists for when things are normal. Abnormal operating procedures, checklists for things that are abnormal. They're not normal, but it's not an emergency. Then we have all the performance data here. And then we have mass and balance. In English, in the United States, this is called weight and balance. And also equipment list. What equipment list means here is, hey, there's some equipment in this aircraft that if it's broken, you can't depart, you can't go. Or there's some equipment that if it's broken, you can still go, but then there's some limits on how you fly the aircraft. So that's all going to be listed here. Then you have a description of the airplane and its systems. Okay, good to know. And then finally, airplane handling, care, and maintenance. This is kind of like your car manual. If you own a car, there's a manual in the car, right? That talks about, hey, how often should you change the oil? How do you clean it? You know, how do you change a tire? Stuff like that. Literally, it's like that because this is a plane that individuals own, right? And then supplements is basically everything else. Supplements is usually for optional equipment. Let's see, Tim Hortons with spring water. Oh my God, Quaert, you're making me jealous, man. I'm actually having great coffee right now. It's an espresso. It's an espresso with some almond milk, and then I pour that over a bunch of ice. But ooh, spring water and Tim Hortons, you're doing pretty well, buddy. Canada seems a bit different. Also, you're saying you were from Canada and you're somewhere else and you have a hard time finding it, or you have a hard time finding it in Canada. And in the meantime, I'm going to go to our performance section here, which is what we're talking about now. So, whoops.
Runway 27, EGSS 173, request visual approach for runway 27.
Let's go. Bookmarks, performance, and here's our performance section. So we'll kind of go through it and show you what it has. All right, so basically, if I go to the next page, look, it's already the introduction. So all we have is in one table of contents here. There's an introduction, how to use the performance tables, and then it says performance tables and diagrams. This is where all the data is. First one, airspeed calibration, fuel flow diagram, international standard atmosphere, stalling speeds, wind component, takeoff distance. Oh, cool, right? Climb performance. Oh, takeoff climb. That's kind of what we're talking about, right? Climb gradients. Okay. But then there's also climb performance, cruise climb. Oh, okay. Two different ones. Interesting. One engine inoperative climb performance. Oh man. So if you lose an engine, especially like right after takeoff, can you still climb? Yeah, but you're not going to climb as much, right? So how much can you climb? It's all in here. Then time, fuel, and distance to climb. Then cruise performance. Then landing distances. Go around climb performance. Ooh, look at this. That's what we're talking about, right? We're talking about going around in Chambery and knowing our climb gradient. Look, there's a table just for that. And then approved noise data. So this is the table we're going to look at. Let's see. Seemed hard finding info for Canadian airports. Oh, yeah, okay, I see what you're talking about, Quert. Yeah, for sure it's not as easy as finding info for, say, American airports, for example. But yeah, it's if they have published procedures, Navigraph will have it, because Navigraph uses Jeppesen charts. Jeppesen is a real provider of charts for pilots in real life. And Jeppesen knows pretty much every approach out there. There are a few exceptions, but if Jeppesen doesn't have it, chances are it doesn't exist. Oh, by the way, you're doing on air, I see. I've been doing FS Economy, which is really awesome. I just started when Flight Sim came out, actually. And I had heard about it before, but I never did it. But anyways, oh. No, that wasn't Unicom for us. Because pretty soon it's probably going to be Unicom for us, because there's no ATC over France. Anyways, I found a plugin for Chrome where you go to the FS Economy pages and it actually shows with check marks or not if you have those airports in the sim. Because that's one of the problems, right? Is there's airports in FS Economy that are not in the sim. So really, really cool to find this plugin. If anybody wants it, I can look it up and give you the name. I don't know if you guys use FS Economy or not. So let's go to page 5-88 and look at our climb gradient. 588. Lots of pages. Here we go. 588. Okay, so go around climb performance. And these are the conditions, right? Basically, you have to meet these conditions for any of these numbers to be true. So power lever both to maximum. Okay, no problem. We're going around. I'll definitely have power to maximum. Flaps in the landing configuration. So look at this. You do not retract the flaps fully. You go from landing. Oh no, you leave them in landing configuration. Sorry. Leave them in landing configuration. Do not retract the flaps. Landing gear extended and airspeed VRAF. So this is literally the climb performance you get immediately after you go around. You have not retracted your gear yet. You have not retracted your flaps. All you did is you added full power and you pitched up to your VRAF speed. The climb performance charts show the rate of climb. The gradient and angle of climb can be calculated using the following formula. So what they're saying is there's basically three different ways to talk about a climb, right? There's rate of climb, gradient of climb, and angle of climb. They're giving you one, but they say if you need the others, you just use this to calculate it. And we will need the others because, recall, our chart is in percentage, not in feet per minute. Okay, cool. So we're going to use this formula to calculate it. And then note, the angles of climb, to convert what we get here, to convert to what we need. And then the angles of climb at MSL and ISA conditions are 2.7 degrees for maximum takeoff mass and 4.3 degrees. Okay, basically they're just saying this is the angle of climb you will have minimum if you follow this, right? Santiago, welcome in, man. How's it going? Oh, you got the plugin too? That's cool, man. Oh, you moved to On Air. You know, I may try the 7-day free trial. I haven't tried On Air. I didn't because it was paid, and you know, FS Economy was free, and I was in. But I heard about the free trial, so I may actually do that. Have you tried FS Economy? And if so, I kind of wonder what you think about it versus on air. All right, let's have a look at the tables then. Here we go. So, go around climb performance, and they remind you here, hey, your flaps have to be a landing, your gear has to be extended, your power to max. And the VREF, meaning the airspeed, remember, you have to fly that airspeed is one of the conditions. The VREF speed will be 89, so we're going to pitch up and fly 89 on the go around. And then for different weights and different pressure altitudes, they give you different rates of climb. So, let's have a look at Chambery. Chambery as an airport, I'll show you here, is at, here we go, airport elevation 779 feet. So we'll call it 1,000 feet, right? That's the altitude of the airport. So 1,000 feet altitude, we can use that as our pressure altitude. We don't need to convert pressure altitude, or better yet, our altitude pressure altitude, because you need extreme pressures away from standard atmospheric pressure to have your pressure altitude be much different close to sea level. I stopped to listen to ATC. Basically, it's like this, guys. If your airport is close to sea level, your pressure altitude will always be very close to sea level. It will vary, but it won't vary tremendously. Now, if you're at a high altitude airport, like your airport starts, your altitude for the airport happens to be like 8,000 feet, and then you have pressure differences from standard, then you can get a lot of variation. So basically, pay a lot of more attention to pressure altitude at high altitude airports than low altitude airports. So today, we can pretty much use 1,000. 1,000, look, is not listed here. There's sea level and there's 2,000, which means we have to interpolate the two, between the two, to get to 1,000, right? 1,000 is halfway between sea level and 2,000, which means it's halfway between this and this when I want a number from this column. But this is not the column I want, because this is outside air temperature. And this might not be where I want, because that's not the weight we have today. What weight do we have today? Well, you can actually check that in the sim. If we go to weight and balance, look at this. Our total weight right now is 3,900 pounds. We have 2,031 pounds of fuel, and we have 210 pounds of me inside the aircraft, for a total of 3,900 pounds. Okay, we're very light. So, look here. 5,000 pounds, no. 4,800 pounds, no. 4,600 pounds, no. Let's go to the next page. 44, no. 41, no. 3968? Yeah, actually. So here we are. Then we go sea level to 2,000. Well, we're in between 1,000. What's the outside air temperature? Well, if we look at sky vector, we have 25 degrees right now in Chambery. So 25 is between 20 and 30. We again are going to have to interpolate. Man, okay, how do we do this? Let's go down here. First of all, we're going to have to do between sea level and 2,000, right? Okay, so sea level is going to be here between these two, because this is 20 and this is 30. So sea level is between these two. So I'm going to find the number between these two. It's going to be over here. Then, for 2,000, it's going to be between these two. I'll find the number over here. Then, between this number and the one I found here, I'll find those in between, and that will be my climb gradient. Whew! Sounds like a lot, but nowadays with calculators, it's easy to do, right? So, what do we do here? Whipping up my calculator. Okay, so let's see. 735 minus 695 is 40, which divided by 2 is 20. So really, 715 is this number right here in between these two. So I write that down over here, 715. Okay. Now, between these two, so 710 minus, let me move here so we can see, there, 665 equals 45 divided by 2, 22.5, plus 665 is 687.5.
127.5.
That's the little number between these two over here. Here. Now I have this number, 715. I have this number, 687.5. I can do it in between the two of them. So 715 minus 687.5 equals 27.5 divided by 2, 13.75, plus the bottom number, which was 687.5 equals 701.25. 701.25 feet per minute is the number, my climb gradient today. That's the number right here, right in where those four cross. So that's our climb gradient, but that's in feet per minute. Remember, we need that in, let's go back to, in percentage. Right, hold on, we'll get there, get there. And PA, there we go. We need it in percentage. Okay, let's go back to that formula.
Good afternoon, Golf Bravo Echo Zulu Whiskey.
Oh, sorry, I passed it. Here we go. Okay, so look. The gradient in percentage, that's what we want, is the rate of climb in feet per minute, that's what we got, divided by the true airspeed. And then times 0.98. Okay, well, do you guys remember what the speed was, the VREF speed? I'll show you. Whoop. VREF is 84. Okay. So, our rate of climb is 701.25. That's going to be divided by 84. And then times 0.98. 8.18%. That is our climb gradient. 8.18. Look at how high that is compared to what's needed. Whoops. Look at that. 5 is the maximum they have here. Down here, they have another missed approach climb gradient for 8. So basically, 8.18 is beyond this table. So we can't use that. We have to use 8. And we're going to use this speed here, right? Because we're 84. We're way slower than this. But there's nothing lower than that. So here we go. Here we go. 1,069. We just figured out our minimum altitude. Our MDA for Chambery is 1,069. Our RVR, the runway visibility range, is 900 meters. 900 meters. And then notice there's another one here, 1,400 meters. And that's for ALS out. And the 900 meters is for full. What does that mean? These are the lighting conditions of the runway. So the approach lighting system is ALS. If the approach lighting system is out, then the runway visibility range, the visibility on the runway itself has to be at least 1,400 meters. If the lights are working, the visibility can be down to 900 meters. But notice all the calculations we had to do just to figure out the minimum altitude for that ILS Zulu runway 18. Pretty crazy, right? Okay, let me take a look at the messages real quick, guys. Oh yeah, Quayer, you definitely want to try VetSim, man. It's a blast. Let's see. FS Economy looks old. What I like of On Air, better UI. Yep, definitely better UI I've seen. It's modern, right? And I mean, it's funny because FS Economy is free, right? It works. It does an amazing job, actually. But it looks like a website from 1995. You know? On Air tracks things like... Wait, it may have been us? No, okay. Let's see. On track, things like too much banking, G-forces, lights on. Oh, interesting. Got involved in their Discord and devs are active and open to feedback. That's cool. If you need to leave, you can continue where you left, mid-air. Oh, that's huge. The continuing mid-air? That is huge. I didn't know you could do that. Looks like you'll be adding features, improving playing on
We'll do that,
Thunder
thank you.
server.
Where are we
That
getting
is the
out
most
to?
realistic one.
Direction of
Oh,
it now, okay?
they have like different names for the servers, I guess. Want to do it all without leaving Game World 2. Yep. But the small airport don't have the ground to parking, so you have to guess. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Quirt. Let's see.
LondonController, very good day. Easy 314 Quebec at Gatwick at Alpha 3, ready for departure, sir.
Oh, Lesser, you think it's too colorful, huh? So, you know, I have to actually spend time like going through, especially now that I learned that they have the 7-day free trial. I'm gonna spend time there and kind of see what this is. And you know, maybe what I'll do is I'll do some streams about it, and we'll do some flights and see where it goes. Is it all over the world like FS economy is? Like you know, airports anywhere pretty much have jobs. So it sounds like different servers have different rules for on air. So do you basically that's how you play the game? Is like you choose the rules you want to play at or under by choosing the server you're going to be in? Hmm. That's pretty interesting, guys. Pretty interesting.
Clear 173, 29 degrees.
So I want to check because I don't think I'm still within London. So I don't know why he didn't hand me off, but maybe I didn't hear. Yeah, I'm not. See? Let me do this. I just created a new little overlay here so we can see the entire window. So that means we can go to Unicom. 1228. Whoa, hey. 1228. There we go. Oh, you have to either fly yourself there or take public transport. Man, see, that's what I always thought about FS economy. Is like, okay, that's cool, right? But like, I can just pick an airport anywhere on the other side of the world from where I just landed, and that didn't seem realistic. And I mean, obviously, I could use the honor system, and I'll do, you know, I'll make sure that I will book a flight from the same airport that I arrived at. But I mean, it'd be nicer if it kind of locked me into that. So it sounds like that's what it does. That's awesome. Yeah, for sure, Coffee. Sorry about that, man. I must have missed the call out for or the call to go to Unicom from Jamie, who's doing London Control right now. Hey, what? Nah, that's him right there. Jamie, what is up, my man? Hey, what? I just got my first tip, guys. Sorry, not Jamie. Gary's what I meant. Gary's here, guys. What is up? Gary, by the way, was doing London Control earlier. It's London Control with the C in the middle. Gary, I don't know what to call that. Is that London Central Control? What do you guys call that? I know London is divided into a bunch of different sectors. I just don't know the names. I know there's a London South and stuff like that. Is that London Center? London Center Control. That would be confusing for Americans that call Control Center. You know, like Denver Center, Houston Center. And then in Europe, it's all Control, you know. No, it's fine, Quirts. It's totally fine, man. Let's see. I want to check out On Air, man. Definitely want to check that out. I obviously want to get to Chambery first because that's a really cool approach. Beautiful place, too. And look at the weather, how it's opening up already. so northern France, on our way to past, remember, just west of Paris. Oh, stutters as sim loads up. Have you noticed how smart it is about loading things up? Because every time I change cameras to like a different direction, it loads a bunch of stuff for a little while. But then it stays cached, so you can kind of move around without stutters, you know, and then it eventually dumps it. It just seems to be really, really efficient on memory management. Oh, look at that. Oh, see, those are the things that they're going to have to correct over time, right? Look at the satellite picture color difference here. It's very obvious this came from a different picture than these, you know? Yeah, yeah, coffee. That's exactly what I was going to say. That's actually why I went outside. I then started talking about Paris, right? But I was going outside to show, look, all you need to do is you cross the channel and you start leaving all that weather behind you. And the weather up front's like, look, it's like, oh, yeah, come on over. Oh, what's the crash bug, Quirt? You broke it. So I don't think I have actually made it crash yet. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that doesn't work properly on it, but I haven't been able to cause a crash. The sim has crashed for me a few times. I gotta be honest, it's more stable than I expected. Maybe people have high standards nowadays because I think a lot of modern apps don't crash as much, but man, I come from days of apps that crashed pretty often. So for me, this is kind of a miracle that it can go this long without crashing. But it has crashed a few times. Never when I was using the Garmin though, or at least that I could tell, you know, was a crash caused by the Garmin. Oh, an overlay on the MFD. Oh, interesting. Okay. You know, I've had the sim stop responding. Like the whole sim freezes and it looks like it's done and it's going to crash. But I've left it and a few seconds later it's come back. It's done that, I don't know, 5-6 times already. But never when I was using the Garmin. It was always like the sim just froze. Yeah. So you choose like a transition and or you're trying to choose a transition and it'll get stuck. Interesting. Oh, are you talking about stuck like it's not frozen, but like the cursor disappears? So you don't have a way to manipulate stuff again unless you press one of the hardware buttons on the side of the screen. Maybe that's what you're talking about. Okay, I haven't seen that. Have you read anywhere that other people have that same problem? And I'm getting ready here, getting the camera ready to show you guys another little performance table that we can look at. Excuse me. I'll bring up our AFM or POH again and bring up the bookmarks because not only these are like, a quick way to get to the main areas, but look, if you open this up, I mean, you guys know PDFs, but I just like the fact that I can go straight to any of the tables. Look, they used all the correct names, so I can go straight to the table that I want to see. So what I want to see now is cruise performance. So I go to cruise performance. Boom. Again, conditions, flaps up. Yes, hopefully they are, right? Yes, flaps are up. Landing gear retracted. Yes, landing gear retracted. And no green lights indicating gear down or a red light indicating gear unsafe. And weight up to 1999 or above 1999. So they're going to cover both. Okay. Well, we're very light today. We know we're going to be oops, sorry, here, up to 1999, right? We're not above 1999. And I'm looking at the pounds here, guys, right? But you can do it in kilos too. We're 3,900 and something pounds, so we're definitely below below that. Oops. Okay, so here, below that. All right, what's the pressure altitude? Well, we're pretty high, right? We're 19,000, and we're going to be somewhere around here. So we have to interpolate between 18 and 19. Oh, hey, Gary, no worries, man. Gary, by the way, is London Flyer, guys. No worries, man. Just glad you stopped by. So we're between 18 and 19. We'll interpolate that. But what I'm looking for here, and I'll move it so we can see it while we're looking at the chart, is this engine performance here. I want to see if it's matching what we're doing, right? Meaning, what power load am I at, and what kind of fuel flow I'm getting for that? Is that, and then what kind of look over here? Whoops, look over here. What kind of true airspeed am I getting? So true airspeed, we know here, 188. And we can see here that the fuel flow is 7.3 on the left, 7.1 on the right. And we're about 70% power load. Okay. If we look at the chart, in between 18 and 19, yeah, all right. We are, what's our ISA? So remember how to calculate the ISA. We go over here, we look at the outside air temperature, right? And there's actually a quick formula to do it. I do it the other way to understand. I think understanding how to do something instead of just memorizing a formula, I always think is best, right? But just so you know, there is an easy way to do it. It just doesn't explain. If you memorize this formula, it doesn't tell you how to do it, right? That's the only thing. So anyways, the easy way is you take your let's see. And actually, I'll show you guys this. You can find this online. So here's one place, right? Let's start with a brain jig. So for practical examples, we can safely assume a 2 degrees Celsius decrease per 1,000 feet. This is one of the things you need to know. Calculate ISA. You have to go in knowing this, right? So we're at 19,000 feet today. That's our altitude. 2 times that is 38. Okay, 38. So then what we do is he's multiplying his altitude, 8,000, right, by 2, getting minus 16, and now he's adding 15. Why is he adding 15? This is the second thing you got to know. First thing, 2 degrees per 1,000 feet. Okay, second thing, you start at 15. 15 degrees at sea level is the standard atmosphere. Okay? So, basically, he's going the long way to explain it. I'll show you. There's a easier way here. Look. Multiply the altitude by 2. We did that. 19 times 2, 38. Okay. Subtract 15. Oh, so then we take the 15 out. That 15, guys, is the 15 at sea level on a standard day. That's where that's coming from. But that's one of the numbers you got to know. So we had 38 minus 15 is what? Minus 15, 38, 15, 23. Okay? We get 23, and then we add a minus sign to it. So it's minus 23. So I was hoping for a little easier explanation by going to Google. It actually made it a little more confusing, I think. Because all you need to know is this. Take your altitude, multiply by 2, take it out of 15, or sorry, take 15 out of it and put a minus in front of it. 19 times 2, 38, take 15 out, 23, put a minus in front of it, minus 23. Minus 23 is the temperature we should be seeing right now outside. Obviously, that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing minus 9. What's the difference between minus 9 and minus 23? Well, it's about, what, 14? Yeah, 14 degrees. So ISA plus 14 is where we're at right now. The atmosphere is 14 degrees warmer than it should be. It should be minus 23. It's minus 9. So plus 14 is our ISA right now. Go back to the chart. There is no plus 14. There's ISA plus 10, ISA plus 20. So plus 14 we have to interpolate. But notice it's not in the middle. 14 is over here a little bit before then. Right? So quite a bit of interpolation will be required to get to the exact number. We don't need exact numbers. We're just going to ballpark it. And also notice that between ISA plus 10 and plus 20, for example, the fuel flow here, which is this FF, right? Sorry, I should have explained this, shouldn't I? This column is for power, this column is for fuel flow, and this column is for true airspeed. So you input your pressure altitude and your ISA, and then you can read your power setting. So at this power setting, I should have this fuel flow and this true airspeed. At this power setting, this fuel flow and this airspeed. At this power setting, this fuel flow and this airspeed. But look at the fuel flow, this power setting, at this fuel flow for ISA plus 20. It's the same fuel flow. So that's what I'm saying. You don't even have to interpolate, right? So we are about in between 10 and 20. We are about between 18 and 20. So I'm going to go with, okay, 70% power. That's what we got. Go back to our engine here so we can see. 70% power. It's about what we got. That means that our total fuel flow should be between 13.9 and 14.8. So it should be about 14.5, 14.4, right? Total, what is it now? 14.3. Whoa, very close. Very, very close. And our true airspeed was 187. And what do the charts say? 185, 187, 188, 180. Yeah, it's spot on, guys. So that means that we are getting the performance we expected from the aircraft at this moment in time. Life is good. I like it. You know, you're talking about landing between mountains. Where I was looking at an FS economy flight that I was going to do yesterday, but I ended up not doing it because it was I wanted a flight with bad weather, right? So I started looking in Alaska because that's one of the places that had bad weather yesterday, and I found a flight in FS economy. I wanted to do it in the Diamond. I found a flight that, you know, I had a Diamond to rent, enough people to take. It was perfect. And then when I went to check where the flight was to, it was to a tiny airstrip, like a gravel airstrip in the middle of nowhere, close to Iditarod. You know that Iditarod race they do in Alaska? It's a dog sled race. It's super famous, right? So it was actually close to that. But it's obviously it's a gravel strip. There was no instrument approach. It's in between mountains. The weather was really, really low, like 300 feet, and raining. And I was like, yeah, man, there's no way I would do this flight in real life. You know what I mean? Obviously, I can try it in the sim, but I try to be as realistic as I can in the sim to have fun and to practice, right? To stay sharp with real flying too. So so I didn't go, but it's exactly what you're talking about. It's like, man, no ILS, nothing. There's no VOR, no NDB at this airport. It was just a strip, you know, and cut out in the middle of a forest in the middle of Alaska. Hey, question from Coffee. So, why do I use the Diamond? Well, a bunch of different reasons. I'm in love with the aircraft. I think, first of all, in real life, it's a great aircraft. Like, bang for the buck. You know, I obviously, well, not obviously, you guys don't know, but I don't have enough money to buy a plane like that in real life. But if I did, I probably would, because I think it's it's a very slick aircraft for what it does. Not in this iteration here in the sim. Like, the sim doesn't simulate the FADEC, the full authority digital engine control. Basically, it's a computer that controls the engine for you, which is something a lot of airplanes of this size and type don't have. It's something all airliners nowadays have, but planes this big don't have, you know? So it's a very advanced aircraft. It's really efficient. It's all carbon fiber. It's very light. It's very slippery, which I also appreciate being an engineer. I appreciate things that are well designed, that perform efficiently. And in the sim, it performs well too. And what I mean by that is not just that it matches the real numbers like we just saw. That's great, because then I can use real documentation. But I can find real documentation for a lot of other aircraft that are in the sim, and a lot of them fly the real numbers that the real aircraft do. What else? Well, it's a great plane for flights like this. Like, it's not too fast so that a flight happens just in a blink of an eye, like it can happen in an Airbus. It's not too slow, so the flights take forever. It's small enough to get into tiny airstrips. There's a flight that I'm saving to do with you guys. That's it's going to be amazing. It's a 500-meter long strip in a beautiful island off the coast of England. It's just a really awesome airport in real life, and it's also really awesome in the sim. And so I want to fly there, and you need a plane that can land in a tiny little, airport, and this plane can do that. So it's great to get in and out of tiny places. It's fast enough to go longer flights. It's just kind of like one size fits all. It's not really one size fits all, but you know what I mean, right? So I think those are all my reasons, if that makes sense. Is FADEC basically auto throttle? Does it only take care of RPM and propeller pitch while you still have to control the power? Yeah, so that's exactly what it is. It's the second part, Luke's. It takes care of RPM, propeller pitch. It will also do cool things for you. So for example, because these are piston engines, right? They're diesel engines. I don't know if you guys know, but the Diamond 62 uses jet fuel. So let's back up a little bit, because I may have just confused everybody. So jet fuel, or kerosene, is basically a distilled type of diesel, right? So A2, what do you mean, Gary? A2. Yeah, it's easier on the wallet. That's actually why Diamond, the Rio Aircraft Company, use these engines, is because they're more efficient, and the fuel that you buy is cheaper. So they use jet fuel, or diesel if you want to call it that, which means they don't have a spark plug. They're still piston engines, but they don't have a spark plug, so it's easier maintenance. They don't break down as much, less things to get dirty. But it's still a piston engine, so before you fly, you're supposed to do what's called a run-up, right? So you're going to take your engine from what you call the normal, the idle, which is 1,000 RPMs, typical for a piston aviation engine, right? 1,000, typical for your car too. Your car will idle around 700, 800, 1,000 RPMs. So at a run-up, you'll run them up to, say, 1,800 RPMs is also pretty typical. And then you check the propellers, the pitch of the propellers, like you were talking about, Luke's. And then you bring it back to idle. You're checking the engine and the propeller systems before you fly. You're making sure all of that is done manually in every piston aircraft that I know, except for the Diamond, because of the FADEC. When it's time to do that run-up, you come over here, and you see this ECU test button. You use these ECU test buttons, which are in-op, currently in this version of the Diamond in the sim. And the plane will do the run-up, or better yet, the FADEC will do the run-up by itself. It will advance, like you don't have to touch the throttles, anything. You press the button, the engines will go to 1,800 RPM, the propellers will get tested, it will go back down to idle, it will test idle, like the lowest RPM you can work at, then it'll go back to 1,000 RPMs and say, hey, you know what, engines are good, you're good to go. That's what the FADECs do here. They also control the fuel to the engine, so you don't have a mixture, right? Now, obviously, the other thing you can say here is, well, Fabio, this is a diesel engine, dude. There is no mixture. That's not true. That's not true. There's no spark plug, but there is a mixture, because you got to change how much fuel is going in versus how much air is going in. The higher you go, the less air or the less oxygen there is going in, so the less fuel that's going to go in, which is why engines are more efficient at altitude. But then you have no mixture control. That's all being done by the FADEC. And that also means that to turn the engines on, you basically have two switches. You have the master, which turns all the electrical power to the computer, to the FADEC that controls the engine. And then you press start, and you let go, and it auto starts the engine for you. And when you're ready to turn the engine off, you basically click this master to off, and it does all the shutdown for you. Pretty amazing. Yeah, the TBM is another great aircraft that we're going to do streams on, because it's very fast. It's also one of the more complete aircraft in flight sim. It flies pretty well. So we're definitely going to be flying the TBM. Yeah, Lasser, you're right. 940 has auto throttle, but I think it's an option, isn't it? Those things tend to be an option, and then tend to cost an arm and a leg. Man, I'm really glad you guys are here. I gotta be honest. I'm still a very new streamer. You know, I didn't know if anybody would want to watch what I have, right? So I was really surprised when you guys showed up yesterday, and even more surprised when you came back today, man. That's really really awesome to be chatting with you guys and answering questions and flying together. Thanks for being here, guys. All right, we should be getting close to Paris. Oh, yeah, look at this. This is Paris Orly LFPO. It's one of the airports around Paris. LFPB is Paris Bourget, which is close to Charles de Gaulle. And then Charles de Gaulle, the main airport, is the blue one over here. So let's have a gander at it. Go to our little drone camera. Weather has opened up some. And have a look at Paris. Oof. Ooh, Stutter City. Oh, look, I can see. Hold on, it will smooth out. But I can see right under there, there's an airport there. See there? That's Orly Airport in the southwest side of Paris. Oh, coffee. I love it, man. I love doing this. Really, really do. And I hope it shows, right? I mean, usually when you're doing something you enjoy, people can see it. Um, I really, really, truly enjoy doing this. I'm gonna try, and you know, if there's enough interest, I'll keep doing this. I'll try and who knows, man? Maybe one day I'll be doing this full time, and I'd love to do that too. You know, and it's through people like you guys that I'll be able to do that. So super, super excited to be starting this, but even more excited to have you guys here since the beginning, man. That's awesome. You guys are the OGs. Hey, Run Coffee Games. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Thanks, Luke. That's awesome, man. Thank you for saying that. Thank you so much. And I know you guys are probably getting tired of the Diamond, and you know, I'm not going to say I'm getting tired of it. I love this aircraft, but I am ready. I'm ready for another aircraft. So maybe we can together decide what we're gonna do. What we're gonna do for the next stream. Thanks, Gary. Uh, that's actually what I was thinking about doing, right? Is when we have um, like a good number of people watching, it'd be fun to have a poll where we can choose like an origin and a destination airport. You know, we kind of pick a bunch of origins and a bunch of destinations that all could all be done within, you know, whatever, a couple of hour flight, a couple of hours of flight time, and I think it would be fun, you know, just to go like shoot some challenging approaches, pick some places where the weather sucks. It'd be awesome. Oh yeah, Lesser. Oh, wow, man, that's super flattering. So uh, new to Twitch, but I already learned that one of the things that you need to be able to subscribe, such like or what you're talking about, right? To give me a subscription, is I need to become a Twitter affiliate. Basically, what they do is they don't want anybody to just start an account and be able to get money like that. So the way they do it is they put some bottom limits. Like you have to have I think 50 followers. Actually, here, you know what? Let's go have a look, guys. I will show you what I'm talking about. Let me get there first. Nowadays, well, I suppose always, but especially nowadays, you got to be careful with what you show online, right? So I'm just making sure that I'm not going to show any sensitive information before I get there. Let's see. I think it's on the creator dashboard. Thanks, Luke. That's awesome, man. Yeah, that's right. 50 followers, average of 3 views in the past month. Let's see. I'm almost there, guys. Almost there. And if you guys know how to get there, let me know. You know, I don't think there's anything here that I can't show. Here we go. Let's do this. Boom. That's what I'm looking at. So this is my creator page on Twitch. This is the last stream that I did, my stream summary. Channel analytics, no. Well, but check that out. That's the first time my average viewers is actually above 3. That's fantastic. But there's a place where you can see like what you need to meet to be an affiliate, and I can't find it. We have, I'll show you, Gary, how many followers we have. I think we're at 32. Dun, da, 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 get ready. Come on. 35. Hey, we're 15 away. That's awesome. All right, so somewhere in here, I can find it. Every time I finish a stream, they send me an email, and it has there like how close you are to become an affiliate. And once I become an affiliate, then I can accept all these subscriptions, which is awesome. Super, super awesome. Okay, can't find it. Let's go back to our beautiful flight. So we just said goodbye to Paris. I brought a croissant on board, and I just had it for breakfast. Got to celebrate that French atmosphere we're flying through. And I'm sorry, man, if you don't call a croissant a croissant, you're doing it wrong. You're offending French people, bottom line. Let's have a look here. We do have a slight course correction, not course correction, just a changing course coming up. Every time that happens, you just want to make sure, you know, the plane is doing what it's supposed to be doing. And keep in mind, another thing I talked about earlier, right, which I'm not following very well, heading bug should be matching our current heading. So let's do that. By the way, notice I can turn it, right? I can always twist it. But in this Garmin, in all the Garmins in Flight Sim and in real life, if you press the middle here of the heading bug knob, boom, it snaps to your current heading. Close. It says 137 and it went to 138. Ah, Asobo, come on. Hey, Lasser, thanks, dude. I really appreciate that. Really, really do. You know what I'm hoping for, guys? I'm really hoping for a better Garmin on the next patch. I don't know if you guys saw the, what do they call it? You know those updates that Microsoft does every Friday? And they put a, it's a development update, I know, but they always show, what is it called? I'm going there to see what it's called. It's the little purple feedback snapshot. That's what I'm talking about. All right, this guy right here. Right? So, and you know what I should do? Just to be a little more professional is I'll not show you my obsessive addiction to an inordinate number of tabs. Maybe. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about right here. Avionics, Garmin 1000, 3000, incomplete, in progress. So obviously they're working on it. They talked about working on it. I just don't know if this is going to be in the September patch. If you don't know, there is a patch coming in September. I actually think they picked a date, didn't they? Maybe September 24th. Rings a bell. I don't know. And I just don't know if these improvements are going to be in that patch. I hope so. Obviously, I've been thinking a lot about the, well, not just thinking, doing a lot of work on planning the IFR, the instrument course that I'm going to develop. And I have some interesting news coming up, but gotta do some more work before I can talk about them. But anyways, it would be great to have a better Garmin for that course, because we can't do certain things today in the Garmin that we either would have to sort of work around in a non-realistic way for the course or not do at all. And that's neither of what I want to do, right? So just fingers crossed that they'll have a little more functionality next time. Yeah, feedback snapshots, Luke. You got it before I got there, man. All right, Lesser, we'll see you, man. Hope to see you back soon. Oh, you can't see the landing. Yeah, I got it. No worries. That happens, man. Happens. Zoom out a little bit just to see. Oops. No, can't see it, the destination just yet. gosh, I think everybody does. I always screw up. Like I want to twist the knob, right? So I put the cursor over it, mouse wheel up and down, and I end up doing the zoom instead of the knob because it moved a little bit. Yeah, coffee. You want a piece of functionality that exists in a real Garmin and it's not in this one. Yeah, sure. So one of the things that has really transformed aviation in the last probably 20 years, basically since we got GPS and shortly thereafter started to have sort of these modern, what I just generically call them modern avionics in the cockpit, right? Instead of the old gauges with needles, we got computer screens. When we started getting that, we also started getting functionality behind the screens that you couldn't see, but that was just as modern as the hardware. And one of those was Vnav. And everybody has heard of Vnav if you've been flying, right? Oh, look, it's only one procedure per airport. Wow. Yeah, I forgot you said I think you said you were in the Alpha, right? So, what's Vnav? Vnav is, first of all, stands for vertical navigation. And what it is it's a way to guide the aircraft vertically, up or down, climbs or descents. Look, here's that turn I was talking about, right? And I can anticipate the heading bug needing to be about there, so I put it there. And now, less chance of forgetting it. So, Vnav is a way to control the climb and descent of the aircraft by looking at the flight plan. So, as you know, ATC can always issue you a certain altitude to be at a certain waypoint. Or you are looking at a procedure that requires you to be at a certain altitude at a certain waypoint. Okay, now all you need to do is figure out when do I need to start climbing or descending to make that altitude, right? Well, that math isn't the easiest in the world. You've seen me do it here a few times when I'm trying to calculate top of descent. It's not the hardest, but it's also not the easiest. And obviously, because it's math that you kind of have to do every flight, right? It'd be great if there was a way to do that calculation for you as opposed to you having to do it. And a quick pause on that Vnav conversation because I want to do two things. I want to turn on my wind, first of all. And look, another way to know that we have real weather is I get more than 3 knots in my wind here. But notice that I have a little bit of a right crosswind, which means what? For me to fly that route, the GPS route, my heading has to be a little bit to the right to compensate for the plane being pushed to the left by that wind. Right? The wind's not very strong, it's 4 knots, but I mean, it's 4 miles per hour. That means that if I just flew down this line, right, with the wind hitting me from the right, like the arrow says, at 4 miles per hour, and I just kept flying, well, in an hour, I would be 4 miles down to the left over here. That's not ideal. Not what I want to do. I want to be en route. I want to stay on that line. So then you have to turn a little bit to the right to compensate for that drifting, right? That means the heading, your heading, is not going to match exactly that course. And you see the plane trying to adjust for that now. Look, it's on a right bank, and it keeps banking right, trying to find the exact heading that's going to allow it to keep centered on the route that we're trying to be on right now. And once it finds it, I know that's my heading, and I can put the heading bug there. Looks like 154 is going to be it. So my heading bug is now 154. Okay, back to Vnav. So Vnav can do those calculations for you. Vnav can look downrange at your flight plan and say, hey, I can tell you need to be at whatever, flight level 70 at intersection Norbu. Therefore, I've calculated a top of descent for you, and I've put it on the screen here so you can see. So it will actually, on the screen here, it will create a waypoint, and it will call it TOD, top of descent, for example, right? It could be top of climb. In this case, my example is a top of descent. It will put the waypoint there. And if you allow it by hitting this button called Vnav over here, it will actually start the descent for you when it gets to the top of descent and adjust the descent on the way down to cross the waypoint at the exact altitude that you needed to cross the waypoint at, right? So Vnav is a very smart vertical mode. Unlike, for example, vertical speed, which is a blind mode, right? Vertical speed will just fly that exact vertical speed for you. And it will stop at the altitude selector, but it's not looking at your flight plan to see what altitudes are coming up. It doesn't adjust itself because sometimes you start descending, right? You're at top of descent and you're going to be on the descent for say 20 minutes. Well, halfway through the descent, the wind changes from a tailwind to a headwind. Now your ground speed changes, which means you're flying faster or slower, which means you're going to now get to that waypoint at a slightly different altitude. So you got to change your vertical speed to adjust for those factors as you go down. Vnav will do all that for you, right? Vnav nowadays, if you go to a flight school today and say, hey, I've never flown in my life, I want to become a pilot, and they will start teaching you from the beginning. Vnav is taught to you very early on because it's pretty much the way everybody flies nowadays. It's almost a standard. And it's in all avionics out there that have been produced in the last, say, 10 years. So that's a huge thing that's missing for us here now is Vnav. That's why you see me using vertical speed. As a matter of fact, it's an interesting thing that happened yesterday. You guys may have noticed that there was a guy yesterday on chat. You may not remember his name, but I said hi to him in Portuguese because he's like me. He's from Brazil. Well, he's a pilot for Embraer, the aircraft manufacturer. And he stopped by to say hi. And one of the things that he told me afterwards, because we talked after the stream, is he said, hey man, why are you using vertical speed? Nobody uses vertical speed anymore and they haven't used it for 20 years. And I said, I know, but you know, he goes, first of all, everybody uses Vnav, and if Vnav is not available, then you use flight level change. And I said, I'm with you. But first of all, we don't have Vnav available yet. It's just not coded in. And he's like, but the Garmin has Vnav, and you know, he's not a simmer, right? He's a real pilot. And he's saying, well, no, I've flown Garmin before. It has Vnav. I said, no, you don't understand. We don't have the full Garmin in the sim. We have the starter pack Garmin in the sim, right? So it does certain things, but it doesn't do other things. So he's like, okay, well, then use flight level change. And I said, yes, we do have flight level change. But, and you saw me use it on departure today if you were watching the departure, it doesn't do a fantastic job. I am going to use it again today. We're going to use it for the descent into Chambery. But I will try to show you the issues that currently exist with the current implementation of flight level change. I'm not going to say flight level change is not a mode to use. It's just you got to be careful about it because it can bite you in the butt if you're not paying attention. What else is missing? Lots of stuff. Hey, Bohica75, thank you for the follow, and thanks for being here. What else is not in the Garmin today? And look at how the weather is opening up as we get further and further from England. British weather, guys. Look at that. A little bit of clouds up ahead. Look like they might be even higher than us, but other than that. And you know what I'm always amazed at looking at is every time you're out in the countryside, both in, you know, a lot of my flying is done over the US and Europe. It's incredible to see how much farmland there is out there, right? If you think, not to get poetical here, but just think about all the amount of food that comes off of all these fields, right? Almost year round. It's just an incredible amount of food that we produce. So, waxing poetical turned off. Let's go back to Garmin. What else is missing? There's quite a few things missing. So there's things that are, it's not that the entire feature is missing, but it's not implemented properly. For example, so we have a flight plan, right? If I look at my flight plan, we have a flight plan full of waypoints. Currently, you don't see anything magenta here showing the leg that I'm at because it's actually down further. That's why we have the little scroll bar over there. So I can scroll by turning my cursor around by pressing the middle of this knob over here and then using the outer knob to scroll down. And if I scroll down, eventually I'll get to the active leg of the flight, which is pink, right? All the other legs are white. The active leg is pink, and it's shown pink here with this pink arrow. I say pink. The correct term in aviation is magenta. A lot of people say pink. You can use magenta or pink. I'm not bothered. Anyways, this here is the leg, the active leg that we're on. We're going from Okazi, and that's why the arrow goes from Okazi to Okeko, right? Okay, but you can tell that I have a lot of other waypoints in this flight plan, both previous and further And then I have an arrival into Chambery, full of waypoints. And then finally, we end the flight in Chambery, which is LFLB. Okay? It is very common for ATC to give you a shortcut. As a matter of fact, remember the shortcut we got on the way out? Jamie was doing LondonController and he gave us direct Benbow. And we even had a hard time understanding that phonetically, right? Well, when that happens, you don't have to type in Benbow. It's part of your flight plan already. The avionics expects that that may happen. So what you do in real life is, I'm going to get rid of the flight plan. This is the situation, right? You're flying along. ATC is like, hey, oh, and actually, let's pick a waypoint further down, like MOU, that VOR that we're going to fly to, right, after Okaira. And they say, direct MOU. Okay. So, in real life, what you do is you hit, there's a direct key, because direct to is very common in aviation. So there's a key dedicated for it. Hit the direct key, and you get the direct to, and look, it can be an ident, meaning if you can have the ident, the identifier for the airport, the code, or a facility, or a city. So you can type words too. You can say like Paris, and it will give you all that it knows is under Paris, all the airports, waypoints that are under Paris. But this is for typing in anything you want. That's not what I'm trying to do, right? What I'm trying to do is choose a waypoint that's in my flight plan. So there's a way to choose a waypoint that's in your flight plan to do a direct to, because more often than not, that's what you're gonna do, right? In the real Garmin. In here, we don't have it. We do have it in the Garmin GNS 530, which is the GPS that's on the Cessna 172 old school. You know how the sim comes with two Cessnas 172s? The new one has Garmin 1000 like this. The old one is old school. It has like the old panel full of needles, and it has a little GPS over here called the Garmin GNS 530. It's much smaller, but that GPS has a direct to option to pick waypoints from your flight plan. And this fancier one, they didn't build that in. So that's a thing that I miss all the time, because often I'll get a direct to in VetSim to a downrange waypoint that's in my flight plan, and instead of just picking from a flight plan, I have to go and type it in. Hold, that's another thing that's missing right now. You can't create holds in Garmin, which sucks, because in real life, when you create a hold in the GPS or in the avionics, then your flight director, meaning your autopilot, can fly that hold for you automatically. You don't have to keep setting it up. You can't do that here, so you have to manually fly holds or be an autopilot and use heading mode and constantly have to turn the plane, let it fly straight, turn the plane, have it fly straight, turn the plane to do that racetrack pattern that we. Airways are missing, so you can't type in an airways or an airway. Remember how I'll show you in the Navigraph window. If we go to the flight itself, look right here. This is an airway that goes from the mid VOR to the MOU VOR. That's the airway I'm in now. So you see all the waypoints, these waypoints here. Oh, and I got to get rid of the direct to. So let's do this. Look, MOU is right there, right? All the waypoints you see before MOU and after mid, which is up here, mid, see mid? All these waypoints, all of those waypoints are on this airway right here. By typing the airway, I didn't have to type any of those waypoints. I'm telling ATC, hey, from mid all the way to MOU, I'm going to fly all those waypoints, guys. That's what I'm doing when I say the name of the airway. So if I wanted to type this into the Garmin, in real life, I would just type in mid, then I would type in UL612, and then I type in MOU, and it would understand and put all these waypoints in the flight plan for me. It is not doing any of that right now. If I wanted to do this in sim and not on the flight planning that we did prior to getting in the aircraft, right on the menu of flight sim, I'd have to type every single waypoint in, which is super painful. So that is a big miss right now. No airways. Oh yeah, Coffee. The Airbus FMC has airways. You can type them in there. You can't do it in the Garmin. Yeah, that's it. As a matter of fact, Gary, that's how we normally teach airways. Is they're basically highways, right? And they have different exits, and every intersection is a possible exit, or it's also an intersection could be another highway, right? When another airway is crossing through. That's a great analogy to make. Our engine is looking good. Oil temperature is good. Oil pressure is good. Coolant temperature is good. And there's also fuel temperature. You don't see this in a lot of aircraft, piston aircraft like this, but the reason you see it here is because, well, let's see. Let's see. I'm not going to give you the answer. Let's see if any of you guys can come up with an idea. Why would you have fuel temperature indication on a Diamond 62, whereas you don't have that, say, in a Baron, which is the competitor to this aircraft, right? You know the Beach Baron, which also comes in Flight Simulator? It's a twin, it's piston, but it doesn't have fuel temperature. Fuel icing, Luke's, yeah, for sure. But why is fuel icing an issue here and not in the Baron? So Coffee goes, because diesel becomes jello at low temperatures. It's using diesel fuel. Bingo, 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 bingo. You guys are on point, and I'll show you why. Check this out. This is avgas's freezing point, minus 58 Celsius. Okay? Jet A is minus 47. A full 11 degrees warmer, and Jet A is already freezing when gasoline isn't, right? Yeah, you guys think alike. That was awesome. So that's the reason, is because we're using diesel fuel, and not that at flight level 200, which is the maximum altitude we get in this aircraft, we're going to see minus 48 all the time. But can it happen? Absolutely. I mean, that can happen on the ground in some places on Earth, right? So it can absolutely happen in the air. Now, the minus 58 from avgas, that's harder to happen. It's only 11 degrees, you say, but that's already harder to happen in the atmosphere. Can it happen? Yes. It can get colder than that even. It's just harder to happen. So pretty cool. That's one of the things I love to do, right? Is I like to understand things. So I look at something like that and I start thinking, okay, why would they have a fuel temperature indicator here? And then I go research, right? I start thinking of possibilities like you guys did, and then you do some research and you can come to some conclusions. It's pretty cool. I do that a lot with approach charts. I'm going to show you guys what I found out the other day. It's, I mean, I guess when I show it like this, maybe it's going to be obvious. But to me, because it wasn't obvious at first, I kind of had to figure it out. It was really cool to see. So I was flying into Guadeloupe in the Caribbean. Well, okay, let me look up Guadeloupe's identifier. Pointe-à-Pitre is the airport, and that is TFFR. Okay. So this is our airport. Okay. I'll move this up a little bit so we can see a little better. There we go. Okay. Nothing special about it, right? Typical Caribbean airport. It's a really long runway because they get international flights from faraway places, and it gets really hot. So they need very long runways for those planes to take off and land. So you see that every major city in the Caribbean, well, every tourist center, doesn't have to be a major city, every tourist center in the Caribbean has very long runways. Except, yeah, okay, there's exceptions, you know, St. Bart's, like one of the landing challenges we have in the sim. That's a ridiculously short runway immediately after a hill, but that's highly unusual. But this is not what caught my eye. What caught my eye was this. I'm going to show you the approach plate. Here we go. So this is an ILS, right? And doesn't seem very unusual. But look at these notes over here. So remember the notes. Remember what I do, how I brief chart. I start over here, right? This is the ILS Zulu or localizer Zulu, runway 12 for point of featuring Guadalupe. Chart 11-1. Date is 26 June 20th. It's a very recent chart. Then I go to the notes. That's my second stop. Look at these notes over here. DOR and DME required. Okay, that's very common. But then look at note 2. Localizer coverage azimuth. Limited to 4 degrees right from final approach track beyond 17 nautical miles. I had never seen a note like this before. You know? Localizer coverage is limited to 4 degrees right of approach course beyond 17 miles. And so I start looking and I go, okay, 17 miles, that's 10 miles here. This is 13 miles from the PP, right? DME, okay. Muncie over here is another 2 miles, so that's like 16 miles. Oh, here, 15.8 miles, okay. 17 is back here. It's not even on the chart, perhaps. But what's going on? Can you guys spot it? Can you see why? I mean, again, once you see it, you can't unsee it. You're like, oh my God, yeah, of course, it makes sense. But it's one of those things about deducing things. They're not telling you why it's limited to 4 degrees, but it is limited to 4 degrees. Why? I want to know why. I've never seen that before. Can anybody spot it? Yeah, Lukes, you got it, man. That's right. That's right. There's a huge mountain here and a huge white. Well, because this is all sea level here, guys. It's an island in the Caribbean, right? Then all of a sudden you have this thing at close to 3,000 feet over here. And look at where the localizer is going through. So first of all, situational awareness. Wow. This ILS, when you're over here, this is pretty close to some terrain over here, and I'm at 3,600 feet, right? Right there, between DME 13.8 and 10.6. So between here and here, 3,600. I'm only 1,000 feet higher than some pretty hard interiors of clouds. If this is all covered up by clouds, right? And obviously, radio signals can get through rock. So that's what's happening is when you get far enough behind the mountain here and to the right, that mountain is going to be blocking that signal and you can't use it anymore. Huh. Pretty interesting stuff, right? So just by kind of paying attention to the notes and what the chart shows you, you all of a sudden go to a whole new level of situational awareness around around an airport that perhaps you wouldn't have if you didn't just take the time to stop and think about it. If you're robotic about it, right? If you're just kind of just reading numbers, putting it into the avionics, not thinking about what you're doing, you can miss out on something that could be potentially dangerous like this, right? What if you have some sort of emergency here? You have a flight control emergency, right? You're in IMC or instrument meteorological conditions, meaning you're in the clouds, you can't see anything, and you can't maintain the localizer. Well, by doing what we just did, you automatically in your mind know I cannot be south of this localizer, right? That will end badly. So you immediately, because why? Your brain is now going to be busy with other things, right? Maybe there's a fire. Maybe there's something else you need to troubleshoot. Your brain is going to be starting to pay attention to that. You're not going to be wanting to know, okay, which way can I turn? Well, immediately you know something is bad south, I will go north, and then we'll figure it out. That could be the difference between you staying alive or not. Pretty interesting stuff. So what I've been doing is, as I fly along and find interesting places like this, I've been keeping a list of all these unique characteristics of places, and that's all going to be in the IFR course that I'm going to build as unique little things that we can learn. Pretty awesome stuff. Yeah, run coffee games. Hard interior clouds is my new favorite expression. It's not as good as the expression in Portuguese. In Portuguese, it doesn't really make sense in English when I translate it. I'm originally from Brazil, right? So that's how pilots refer to mountains in Brazil when they're obscured by clouds, is they say those clouds have pits in them. like the pit of a fruit, you know. But for some reason, it sounds way funnier in Portuguese than it does in English. I've tried that in English and a bunch of people, and people are like, "Oh, okay, that doesn't, yeah, I get it," you know, but it wasn't funny to them. Yeah, game already taught you to check, right? Where it's, yeah, me too. You know, it's amazing what realism will do. And I saw that at flight safety all the time, is the more realistic you make the training or whatever it is they are using, the more people behave like they do in real life, right? So in the sim, if you know it's a sim, if you're not in the mindset of being safe, you don't care about these things. You're like, oh great, I crashed into the mountain in the sim. Who cares? It's a sim, right? Well, yeah, but I mean, at flight safety, we're doing those sims so that you are safer in real life. So you have to take those things seriously, right? And we saw that when we upped the realism in the simulator itself, both by having better visuals or better flight models, or like the little story I'm about to tell you, then the crews got a lot more out of the training and were really better pilots for it. So the story I was going to tell you is a really interesting one. I'll take the chart out so we can have some nice little French countryside to look at as we're talking. And let me know if the engine sound is too loud. I don't think it is, but if it's too loud, let me know. So so we're in the sim. It was me and another instructor, and we're training a crew up front, and we're doing a real flight. Real meaning real time flight, right? The sim sessions are usually 4 hours long, but we break in the middle to swap the pilot seats left and right. They usually swap seats. This is business jets I'm talking about, not the airlines, so they're not usually seat locked. And which means if you want to do a real flight, you have to do something that fits within a 2-hour period. Otherwise, you're going to have to stop the flight in the middle to take a break or to swap pilots. You know, then the realism breaks, right? So we try to do shorter flights. So we're flying. I think it was from Stewart, New York, which is an airport not too far from Manhattan, to somewhere. I think we're flying to Columbus, Ohio, is what it was. It was somewhere in the Midwest. And what's happening is the crews, they took off, you know, they're going through their things. We're throwing a couple of abnormals at them to have them figure it out, but it's nothing that has them divert or stop the flight. It's just things that we want them to continue the flight. We just want them to make sure they know how to handle those little things, right? So maybe it's like, you know, starts with like the coffee pot broke and the owner is in the back complaining he can't make coffee. Well, one of the pilots has to get up and go, maybe there's a circuit breaker popped or something, they have to go check. Okay. Then, you know, maybe you have some sort of hydraulic malfunction that is, again, nothing super serious, but hey, when we get on the ground at destination, then we're not going to be able to do the next flight. Then the plane's going to be grounded, right? Stuff like that. And they're handling the stuff, and it's going well. And I'm observing while the other instructor is teaching. I'm getting qualified to teach this session. And the other instructor is then, I don't know if you guys know this, but when you're training in a full motion simulator, like we have at flight safety, like the airlines have, the instructor doing the training is inside the sim with the pilots, but that instructor is also the one doing the air traffic control plane ATC, plane air traffic control. So, you know, they're talking to the pilots as instructors, teaching this. All of a sudden, you grab a mic and you give them an instruction as ATC as if you were someone else, right? And they have headsets on and they respond as if it wasn't the instructor over their shoulders talking to them, right? So the instructor is doing ATC, and the guys are talking to New York Center because we're still close to New York, but we're about to swap to Cleveland Center, right? So as you fly along countries like the United States that are big enough, they have different areas of the country controlled by different ATC centers. In the United States, there's quite a few because it's a big country. But New York Center is one of them. Cleveland Center is another. And when you get close to the edge of one to the other, the one you're talking to is going to hand you off to the other one, right? That you're about to cross into. I think you guys know this, but I never know. So quick explanation. So the guys are talking to New York Center. They're about to swap to get told to swap to Cleveland Center. But before they do, and this can happen in the real world. New York Center, the instructor playing New York Center says, November, blah, blah, blah. go direct, blah, blah, blah. And he gave them a direct waypoint that was in their flight plan, but further down, right? Further down range. It was like 4 or 5 waypoints down from what they were flying to. Give them a shortcut. Fly direct, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, oh, great, thanks, direct, blah, blah, blah. Couple minutes go by, and the instructor again plays ATC and says, November, blah, blah, blah. Contact Cleveland Center on 135.2. So, okay, Cleveland Center 135.2. They switch to Cleveland Center. And as soon as they check in, when you switch like that, you have to check in. And you've heard me do that here, right? So they swap frequencies and they check in. Cleveland Center, November, blah, 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 is with you. And Cleveland Center, again, the instructor is now playing Cleveland Center. So he even changes his voice a little bit. You don't have to do that, but he's doing the whole thing. He's doing the whole act. So he changes his voice a little bit. And he says, Roger, November, blah, 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 Cleveland Center, confirm your direct, blah, 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 which was the previous waypoint they were flying to before they got the directive from New York, right? Confirm you're flying direct, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, negative, we are flying direct this other waypoint. And Cleveland's like, oh, okay, well, who gave you that, right? And now you can see the pilots, like, they look at each other like, are we doing something wrong? And they're like, well, we got that clearance from New York right before the switch. And Cleveland gets back again, the instructor. Cleveland gets back and says, oh, man, okay, well, that's going to screw me up royally here on the flow of traffic. I'll tell you what, I got to reroute for you. Get ready to copy. And so these guys are now fumbling to get some papers ready in the cockpit to copy this brand new route that the instructor had already pre-planned, right? And again, this is stuff that can happen in the real world. And gives them this whole new route, and they copy it all down. And you can tell that, you know, he's pretending to be kind of angry at them, but not really, because it's not their fault. It's something New York Center did and not them, but they're the ones acting it out. So so at the end, we finish the flight. We get to Columbus. We finish the flight, and we're debriefing. And both pilots are like, they had never had an experience like that in a sim, right? They had flown a sim many times before, but a lot of times instructors are not that realistic with ATC, right? You know, it's just a sim. We're just training. Come on, guys, just go. You know what? You're clear to land. Yeah, sure. Go ahead and land. That's poor instructing, because it's removing the crew from that realistic mindset they're at, which allows them to absorb more in the training and hopefully recall that training should something bad happen in the real world. And they were both telling the instructor, like, man, that was incredible. They were like, we thought we were really flying. Like, that's, you know, that's something that has happened to us before. We changed centers and got a reroute and we weren't ready for it. Man, well, you know, that was amazing. And they had to handle that while they were also handling some abnormals and some emergencies that were happening with the aircraft that we were throwing at them. So it, again, kind of like what we were doing with analyzing that chart, it took it to the next level. Those guys are better off for it, right? And if you think about it, there's no reason as an instructor, no reason not to do that. Maybe if you're lazy instructor, sure. But other than that, man, you know, why wouldn't you want to provide better training, have people walk away going, wow, that was an awesome training session. There, that's my my little ATC swap story. Yes, they can, Coffee. They can definitely send you direct to a waypoint that's inside the airspace of Cleveland. So what happens, though, is in real life, all these centers are talking to each other. Because they have borders with each other, they have to coordinate these handoffs. So when you're getting close to the border as a pilot and you hear ATC come to you and say, hey, you know, in my case, Papa Tango, Tango Foxtrot, Foxtrot, contact Cleveland Center 132.5. When they tell you that, they've already talked to Cleveland, gave them the heads up that they're about to give Cleveland control of you. And when Cleveland has accepted that, Cleveland actually has to accept you, then they're allowed to contact you on a frequency and tell you to swap frequency. So all that coordination has already happened, which means in this case, Cleveland should have known of that direct to that New York gave. But just like in the real world, sometimes people forget to coordinate these things. And it's possible that you get a direct to right on the border, you contact the other ATC and they're like, wait, what? No, New York never told me they gave you that. Pretty amazing. All right, let's have a look at the screens and see how we're doing here. So we're coming up to Oman, which is another slight course deviation here. Notice that until now, we've stayed very close to that 154 heading bug we had. Switched a little bit, so always good to update our heading bug. But not too much. This is going to be a bigger course change for us. And then, look, then we start getting into the arrival for Chambery. So the arrival in Chambery today, the one we picked, starts in Omani and actually takes us in all the way. Starts far away from the airport and takes us in all the way. Yeah, it shows both of those things, Coffee. I agree. Yeah, Quayert, that's so I found that out the hard way. If you guys don't know, if you have a flight plan in the Garmin like this, and you go in flight plan, in the real world, you can do this. You can put your cursor over any waypoint and say, hey, you know what? I don't want that waypoint anymore. I want to delete that waypoint. And you hit clear, and that waypoint goes away, and everything else shifts up one and fine. In the sim right now, if I hit clear right now, the entire flight plan goes away. Literally disappears. Whoops. We're not going to do that today. All right, let's look at that. We should have already briefed, yeah, that that arrival. We got to go back to. We're still looking at Guadeloupe. Got to go back to. Here we go. Omani 1 Papa, and it's better if we do this. Okay. So it starts at Omani, and notice it's between flight level 200 and 230. So I technically could not fly the arrival as we are right now at flight level 190, as you recall. There it is, right? But in real life, what you can do is you can file flight level 190 like we did and fly it. And if ATC is okay with you flying an arrival like this, not meeting that altitude because eventually it gets you lower, they'll issue you this. If not, they will issue you a different one. Today, I wanted to fly this arrival, and I decided, you know what? That's fine. We can break this rule in the sim, no problem. So, it's a very sort of easy arrival to begin with because there's not much to do. You're just following a certain route as long as you're satisfying being between flight level 200 and 230. Look, you just fly here, at or below flight level 150. Okay, so that means you can start descending, but just be higher than flight level 150. Here, at or below 120, so now you have certain altitudes to be at and a speed, right? Another speed 220 here, then you keep flying, max speed between flight level 90 and 6,500, keep flying, and here we are close to the airport itself. And again, like all the arrivals we've seen so far, we expect that there's going to be a link between this here, PRIV, which is IAF, remember that, for initial approach fix. So that means it is an initial fix for an arrival or for an approach already. And so there's an approach that starts here and goes to the airport. That approach we're looking at earlier is the ILS Zulu for runway 18. Here's PRIV. So that arrival gets us to PRIV, and PRIV gets us down to the airport. Okay. So you can tell that it's a long arrival, right? Takes a while to fly it, and there are some altitudes we're going to be planning for, but other than that, it's a pretty chill arrival, right? Rotate the chart so that we can read up here. This is an RNAV star for Chambery, France. This is chart 10-2 Delta, 5 October 18, and it was effective 11 October of 18. ATIS is 127.1. Let's tune that in and see if we can get some weather for Chambery right now. Ooh, Stutter City again. There we go. 1271. I don't know if we're close enough to pick it up, but in real life you don't know either, and you just give it a try. Oh, it sounds like someone else is using that frequency, doesn't it? Interestingly, if I look at vPilot, and I can show you that, there's nobody in range. All these ATC here are shown only if they're in range of us. So there's nobody in range that's using 127.1, but yet I hear people talking. Quite interesting. Quite interesting. Anyways, what I also hear is nothing to do with the ATIS in Chambery. So because I'm not talking to any other ATC, I'm going to leave that up there, and maybe we're just too far. Maybe when we get closer, we can hear that ATC. And notice that we just passed Omani, and we're now flying to Arlop, which means we are officially flying this leg of the arrival. So obviously the first thing I worry about is this right here, at or below flight level 150. Hey guys, like you asked about the comfort of the vertical speeds that I've been using, we're going to use less vertical speed today. So we're going to aim for about 500 feet per minute. We are at flight level, oh sorry, I'm not showing the chart, my bad. There we go, sorry, I'm talking about this here. So at Beckery, which is the waypoint after Arlop that we're flying to, I have to be at flight level 150. Okay, so we're at flight level 190, that's 4,000 feet to lose. 500 feet per minute is 8 minutes then. 8 minutes is going to mean what in miles? We got to go look at our ground speed, right? Ground speed right now 181 knots, so 181 miles per hour, divide that by 60 to get miles per minute, and I get 3 miles per minute. Okay, and I have 8 minutes to lose my altitude, so 3 times 8 is 24. So I have to start my descent. If I want to do 500 feet per minute, I have to start this descent before Beckery, right? Now I confused myself. 4,000 feet, 8 minutes times 3, 24. 24 miles before Beckery. There's 13.7 here, so that means another 10 to Arlop. And we're almost there. We're currently at just under 15 from Arlop. So let's dial in. Woo! Woo! Man, when I'm fully zoomed in like this and it stutters, it's really hard to control the camera. So here we go, 15. Dialed in. And at 10, we're going to use flight level change. Remember I said I'm going to use flight level change today? Ooh, look, picking up a little icing, guys. Just a little bit. Good thing we looked up. Not much on the wing or the nacelle yet, but the windshield is getting icy. Wow. You know, I haven't seen the windshield get icy yet and the aircraft not get very icy. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, look, there's a little bit forming here on the nose. A little bit of it on the nacelle, but not much. Almost nothing on the wings. Nothing. Okay. Okay, well, we don't really need to see out a lot right now, so I'm not going to use the alcohol, the TKS, is fluid is the technical term, the TKS to spray on the windshield for now. I'm going to save that and wait until we're closer. Because remember, we have a limited amount of that alcohol. We have a tank. Oh, we got to start down, don't we? Yep, 10 miles. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to hit flight level change, and nothing should change because it captures the speed that I'm at. There it is, 140. It is now in flight level change, but it's only in level flight because I haven't changed the power. Now I'm going to take power out. And as I take power out, the only way for the plane to be able to maintain 140 knots is going to be to pitch down. And so there she goes. She's going to start pitching down. And now what I need to do is I want 500 feet per minute. So I'm going to modulate my power, add or take power away to try and get 500 feet per minute. What's tough to do is to do that fine-tuning when the plane pitches up a lot up and down, or flight level change just doesn't work like it wants to. Look, right now it should be pitching down, right, to get 140, and it's actually pitching up. So unfortunately I don't think that's gonna work. Hey, is it? Well guys, I have altitudes to meet. I'm not gonna trust it, so we're gonna go vertical speed, and I'm gonna go down now more than 1,000 feet per minute, or sorry, more than 500 feet per minute, because I already missed the descent by a little bit. So let's go 700 feet per minute. And once we cross Arlop, then we're going to be 13.7, so 14 miles to Beckery. At that point, I'll recalculate, or I'll see if I have to change my vertical speed. So 14 miles from Arlo to Beckery. How long would it take me to do that? Well, I do 3 miles per minute, so that's 4.2 minutes or 4.5 minutes. 4.5 minutes at 500 feet per minute would be 2,250. I believe that's it. 2,250 above 15,000 feet. So 17,250 is the altitude I should be at crossing Arlop. Let's see if that works. And if it works, then I can just do 500 feet per minute then. And on. Santiago, you use VS too? That's cool, man. We were talking about it before. The VS is not a mode that people use a lot. Oh, look, my heading bug is off. That people use a lot in the real world because there are better modes like Vnav or flight level change. But those modes don't, well, we don't have Vnav right now, and flight level change doesn't seem to work very well. So we're stuck with VS. Now, being stuck with it is not a terrible thing because one of the things that we can do is have very predictable descent rate, which makes it easier to do these calculations that we've been doing, right? So let's continue looking at, oh, we're almost at, yeah, I'm going to stay here and look at Arlop and see if I cross. Remember, 17,250. Looks like I'm going to hit it before, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm definitely going to hit it before. So that means let's go 500 feet per minute. There's 250, and I was still 2 miles. So I'm actually going to go 400 feet per minute for a little bit, and then go 500 feet per minute after that. By the way, part of the reason why that didn't work, look at this. My ground speed got down to 160. I didn't pay attention to that either. If that had stayed at 180, we'd have been faster. We'd have been closer to Arlop at that altitude, but we didn't. So now I'm going to speed up and make sure that we get to 180, because otherwise my math doesn't work. Or I have to rework the math for 160. Hope that makes sense. See how the ice... Oh, hello. I was going to say, see how the icing is doing? Well, there's no seeing. Here we go. Normal. We'll see how much icing we can get rid of that way. By the way, guys, I want to recognize one. If you scroll up in the chat, if you scroll up in the chat, you'll see. Oh my God! Come on. There we go. London Flyer, or Gary, donated $1 earlier today. Not only I want to thank him for that, but that is the first donation I have ever received on Twitch. So thank you so much, Gary. That's fantastic, man. And I'm losing control of the camera because of the stutters once again, but here we go. Got it back. All right, I'm going to go back to 500 feet per minute. Looks like our windshield is now clear, and our wing is probably clear too. What's our speed? A little too high now that we cleared up some of the icing, so I'm going to bring the power back, get this closer to 180. And let's have a quick look. After Beckery, we have at or below flight level 120. Well, let's do flight level 120 there. We have 10 miles. That's just shy of 4 minutes to get from 15 to 12, which is 6 minutes of descent at 500 feet per minute, right? So that means we're going to have to use a descent that's a little steeper than 500 feet per minute. This is not enough distance at 500 feet per minute at my speed to get there at 120. Or I slow down. But I like to go fast. So we're just going to do a steeper descent. And since we don't have any passengers today, I'll put up with the changing pressure in my ears. That's really what gets uncomfortable about fast climbs or descents is your ear. You know how you have to equalize your ear as you're going up or down? It just happens more pronouncedly. Hey, word of the day. Pronouncedly. I don't even think that's a word. I think it's more pronounced is how you should speak. Okay, so 6.5 miles from Beckery. I'll show you here. and we're pretty close to that 150. So here's what's going to happen. Look at the chart again. Beckery is at or below flight level 150, so we can actually keep going down because we have to be, remember, at or below flight level 120 over here. Let's keep going down and go below flight level 150, below or at Beckery, just so we don't have to do that steep descent to Recmo, yeah? So look, I'm gonna change my altitude selector to 12 and allow the plane, because I think we're gonna be below 5 before Beckery. We'll see. Getting in the soup now, but also, oh look, it's not too bad. We're seeing the ground over there, so we should be clear of these clouds soon. And with the little bit of time we have here, let's finish here. There's 220 knots, don't have to worry about that. This age here is a hold. So there's a hold at RIP2, entry on inbound radio, etc., etc. There's some speeds and altitudes, but we don't have to fly the hold until we get instructed to fly the hold, which is not the case now. So we're going to keep on going. Max speed 210, again, not a problem, but fly level between fly level 90 and 6500, so we'll have to pay attention to this altitude here. And then we're going to be at or above 6500 at PREV. Let's go back to the cockpit. Check. Here we go. 1.5 miles from Berkey. Here we go. That's what I was talking about. We're going to be passing just below 15,000 at Berkey. And it already changed to Recmo. And remember, now I only have 10 miles, but I also have... Oh, no, I don't. I thought I had an estimated time to the waypoint, but this is until landing, unfortunately. So, okay. So I have a bit less than 4 minutes there. And 3,000 to lose, which takes 6 minutes. So I'm going to have to go a little steeper. Let's go 700. That should do the trick. Back to the chart. And by the way, this is real life too. A lot of back and forth on the charts and looking at what the aircraft's doing and looking outside when you're briefing these things. Okay, so we got all these. We have some altitude still to meet after Recmo. Speeds are not an issue. So let's look at the approach itself, because we're going to start this approach at Recmo, or sorry, at PREV over here. And at PREV, we're going to fly to LB403, max 185, still 6,500 feet. So we're going to plan to arrive at PREV at 6,500 feet, and then maintain the 6,500 to here. Then to here, look at this. See that 8% right there? That's telling you, hey, you have to be at 6,500 here, but then you're going to have to descend, and descend fast. Normally, they don't show you the gradient because if it's not a super crazy descent, it doesn't matter. But in this case, it does matter. So why? Because look at this. The next waypoint is ILB 18, and this is at 5,000 feet. You only have 3.5 miles to lose 1,500 feet. If you're doing any sort of speed, this can happen in no time. No time, right? 3 miles a minute for us at 180 knots. So in 1 minute, you'd lose 1,500 feet. That's pretty steep. But we're going to have to do that. And then we're going to join the ILS. And once we join the ILS, it's the ILS all the way down. We have some DMEs here to give us some reference altitude. So for example, here, we're going to intercept the glide slope at this DME 8.9 from CY, CY being the ILS DME here. Then at DME 5 from CY, and they also call that waypoint 50 lock, if you're on the glide slope, you should be reading 3,139 on your altimeter. It's a check, right? And then you get to your MDA here and go around. Remember, our MDA today, we calculated as 1,069 feet. Let's go ahead and put that in so we don't forget. By the way, here we are. Recmo, 2.5 miles, 13.2. Yeah, I'm not going to make it. I needed to be at 12 or below. I should have monitored that a little closer. Not going to make the 12,000 by Recmo. And by the way, if that happens in real life, you can always talk to ATC and tell them what's happening and say, I can't make it. And they may have different instructions for you or not. But the bottom line is, the important part is to communicate that you're not going to be able to meet an expectation ATC has for you. All right. So let's put in that minimum of 1,069. So it would be 1,070. And that's going to be here on our timer and reference. Minimums are Barrow, and they're going to be 1070. Can I click and hold? I sure can. Leveling off at 12 there, and that's okay for now. 1070. There we go. There's our Barrow minimum for today. We still don't have an altimeter setting for Chambery. ATC would give us one, and normally we don't have ATC today, so we're going to look at Sky Vector and get it there. Hope it's the same in the live weather of the sim. Okay, let's go back to the chart. But now let's look at the arrival again just to see. So we just crossed RECMU at flight level 120. We were a little higher, but close. 120. So now we're going to fly 120, and then here, look, we have to be at Govna between 6500 and flight level 90, where, well, Pirov is next at 6500. So since I have to do math and calculate a top of descent anyways, I might as well aim for the 6500, arrive at Govna at 6500, and then just drive at 6500 to Pirov. Because I know that I can be at 6500 here and here, I am guaranteed that this flight path between those two is also 6500 or higher. So I'm going to calculate a top of descent for this. My altitude is flight level 120. I have to go down to 6,500. That means I have to lose 5,500 feet. I'm going to try 500 feet per minute, so that means 11 minutes. 11 minutes at 3 miles per minute means 33 miles, which means 17 plus 5, 22 plus 6, 28. So I need another 5 miles prior to EGSS before the descent. EGSS is what we're flying to right now. So we're going to wait until 5 miles to EGSS and start going down to our new altitude of altitude selector 6,500. Very good. Okay. Let's go back to that ILS just to finish plugging everything in. We got to type in this 109.5. 109. Oh, let's go nav 1. 109.5 and swap. CAS, that's not the ILS we want. So that means it's probably a frequency used by another airport for an ILS or a localizer with the identifier CAS. So it's receiving that. That's fine because we don't need to worry about that radio signal right now. Check on a flight plan here. Make sure it's following what it's supposed to. Good. Then we go back to the chart and we have our minimum, we have our frequency, we have the waypoints checked, and we know our altitudes. We know it's going to be very steep from LB 403 to ILB 18, but we also know that when we arrive at ILB 18, we still have 4.4 miles before we should be intercepting the glide slope. Why am I saying that? Because if we don't make this descent, meaning if we don't hit 5,000 by the time we get to ILB 18, if we're still at, say, 5,700, well, we still have time to go down to 5,000 over here. So say we're over here, right? We can still go down to 5,000 before we get to the glide slope intercept point at DME 8.9. And that's important because you want to intercept the glide slope from below. The glide slope signal is only drawn here up to here, right? But it's a radio signal. It keeps going in real life, like where the hand is going, and it keeps going up, and it goes for quite a distance. So you could fly up here and dive down and intercept a glide from above, or you can do what we're doing here, which is come from below where the glide is, the glide that's going up here, and intercept it from below. Intercepting from below is the safe way to do it, because when you intercept from above, there are echo signals that are at 6 degrees and 9 degrees from the airport, as opposed to the 3-degree normal slope for an ILS. That, by the way, I say 3-degree normal slope because this approach happens to be 4.46 degrees glide slope. localizer or ILS glide slope or localizer descent angle, steeper than normal. Normally you see 3 degrees. So 3 degrees would be this, then you have an echo at 6 degrees, then you have another echo at 9 degrees. And your equipment cannot tell the difference between the echoes and the real glide slope. So if you don't pay attention and you try to capture from above where the 6 and 9 are, you can capture one of those, and then the plane will try to follow that down, and some of those can actually reverse and the glide slope starts guiding you up. It's pretty crazy, but it happens, and it has resulted in many accidents in real life. So we don't play around with it. We intercept from below. Okay. We never went through a full brief here, right? So let's have a quick look. We don't have any notes here. You go straight into missed approach. Okay. But we do have these here. So altitude set is hectopascals. Okay. Runway elevation is given in hectopascals, but we also have it in feet over here. Transition level by ATC, transition altitude 6,500. We'll use 6,500 or fly level 065 today for our transition level. That's when we will change from 29 or 9 or 2 on the altimeter setting to the local altimeter setting. ADF and GNSS or DME required. So remember, we talked about GNSS being Global Navigation Satellite System or GPS, and you can use any of the constellations that are out there. Which, by the way, yesterday I forgot to mention the Chinese also have their own constellation, and from what I understand, it's much more precise than the American GPS. It's also newer, which is probably why it's more precise. So there are DME required. We have GPS and we have ADF, so good. Why is the ADF required to shoot this approach? If I haven't put you guys to sleep yet, if you're still watching, look at this chart and tell me, why do we need an ADF to shoot this approach? Still watching. Perfect, Coffee. Nice. Any ideas? Due to the passage between the mountains? Well, I'll tell you what. The reason why the ADF is needed is on this chart right here. It's drawn on the chart. And remember, the symbol for an ADF are 3 concentric circles. And the lines that draw those circles are dotted lines. Oh, by the way, pause that. Look, I busted the distance a little bit from ACNOS, so we got to start down to 6,500, which we have. Let's go vertical speed, but that means once again I can't do 500. I'm going to start at 700. And then we'll do a quick math when we're closer to it and see if I'm going to meet the 6,500. Coffee nails it for the missed approach. That's right, Coffee. Right here. Look. So, the missed approach is pretty complex. Why? Because we're in a bowl, right? Remember, you can't see here, but over here, there's also terrain. So, the go-around is you have to turn around. And here's that dashed line for the go-around, and it has you fly right over the Charlie Hotel NDB, frequency 346, and that is your trigger to start the turn. So once you fly over that NDB, or ADF, or NDB, sorry, you're going to turn left, turn right, fly over it again, so not only it triggers your turn, but it also controls your turn to not let you go close to these mountains over here, and you fly back over it, and then from it, you're going to fly the localizer out. And then after you clear the mountains, they'll clear you off to the left to go back to Pirov, and you hold at Pirov for another attempt. So basically the way out is exactly the same way in, and they use that NDB to turn you around. Here, let's read the missed approach. Climb straight ahead. At Charlie Hotel NDB, execute a climbing 080260 procedure turn left. Bank 20 degrees, max 160 knots to rejoin CH NDB. So what they're saying here is they're saying, hey, when you get to the NDB, quick turn to a heading of 080. That's this little guy right there, right? Then, as soon as you get to 080, turn right to 260. That's this guy right here, right? But 260 only gets you to here. They're not giving you a heading here because why? When you get to 260, what do? To rejoin CHNDB. Okay? So basically they're saying 080, 260, then turn to the NDB. Then continue climb on 355 from the CHNDB. That's this part here. To intercept a localizer back course climbing up to 6,500 feet. Oh, Siri thought I was talking to her. And there we go. To 6,500 feet. And when we get to 6,500 feet at DME 7 from CY, which is at ILS DME, then you turn left, max 210 knots. The max speeds here, guys, are to make sure nobody's is in a hurry to get to the mountains, right? Onto a 277, heading towards Kenzo, which is over here, then Govna, then Piruv, and hold at Piruv. Very cool. Interesting approach, challenging approach. Got to be on your toes, especially if you go around so that you don't encounter, what was it? You guys remember the term that we used? Hard interiors of clouds. Very good. Okay, we figured out our minimum. It's already dialed in. It's 1,070 feet barometric altitude today. The special instructions here are for that basically special training that we can give pilots. With special training, you can have lower minimums. But we don't have that today, so we're flying the published minimums. Look at this note over here. ILS approach only. In case of vectoring, FAP at DME 11.7 CY at 6,500. What does that mean? FAP. So, first of all, what's DME 11.7 CY? DME 11.7 CY is somewhere around here, right? Because this is DME 13.3 CY, that's here. 8.9 CY is here. So 11.7 is somewhere around here. Okay. So they're saying if we're going to vector you, FAP is the final approach point. They're going to vector you to a point at DME 11.7 CY, which is here, at 6,500 feet, which is the altitude, or which is higher altitude over here, which is probably where the glide slope is. Guys, let's go back to the cockpit. We're getting close to our altitude of 6,500. There's Govna, 16 miles, and we have about 2,000 feet to go at 700 miles per minute, or feet per minute, miles per minute. That means about 3 minutes. 3 minutes at 163 knots is about 8 miles or so, I think. So we are going to arrive at 6,500 prior to Govna, which is great. We're good there. All right. Finishing up our briefing here. Oh, TCH DISPL THRESH 46. This is a displaced threshold. So the runway for landing doesn't begin at the beginning of the pavement. Okay? And you'll see that when we're landing, the runway markings, so that first really thick white stripe that's perpendicular to the runway, that usually marks like the beginning of the runway. And then you have all the parallel stripes that mark the beginning of the runway, you know, right before the numbers. All that is going to be moved down the pavement some 46 feet. Oh, no, sorry, displaced some. I'll show you how much. And it means that when we are on the glide slope, the TCH, the threshold crossing height, will be 46 feet. So we're going to fly over that the painted area that I just described at 46 feet if we're on the glide slope. Okay? We talked about this being here to do this 4.46 degrees, right? So it's a pretty steep ILS. And other than that, I don't think there's anything else that we need. Okay. So let me show you what I was talking about. If we go back to the airport chart, look, we're going to land on runway 18, right? This right here, the white box, is where the runway threshold is. So for landing, this is where the runway starts. All this pavement back here is not available for landing. It is available for takeoff, but not for landing. So you look at the taxiway here. For takeoff, the taxiway delivers you halfway up this this area over here, which is not where the runway threshold begins for landing. So you actually look, there's even a turnaround back here. So you can taxi in here, backtrack, turn around, and be back here and use all this for takeoff prior to even entering this area of the runway. Why do they do that? Well, because the runway was probably built originally between the two white boxes here. That was the original runway. Then they decided to lengthen it. And when they lengthened it, they did, but they didn't make it as thick as this part. So this part of the runway, and notice it also exists on the south side, cannot take as much punishment, as much weight as this part of the runway. So they don't want you landing here, because on landing, that's when you really hit the runway, right? It's not only the weight of the aircraft, but also the speed at which it's, the vertical speed at which it's hitting the runway. So this part here is not rated for the hits that this part here is. And that's usually what happens. There it is, 6,500. 7 miles to go to Vnav still. We can now see the airport right there. Now, we know this white line here is not what we're going to be flying, right? Why? Because we're flying the approach after Pirov, which is going to take us over the lake here and follow the localizer down. As a matter of fact, let's see if we can put in the approach here. Procedure, select approach, yes. ILS 18, X-ray, no. I want X-ray Zulu, yep, there. Pirov transition, yep. Let's load. But watch what happens, okay? I think this is another issue that exists in the Garmin today. We're going direct Vnav right now. Right there. From RIP2 to Vnav. We're 5 miles from Vnav. Okay. I'm going to load the approach, which starts at Pirov, which is 2 waypoints down. There's Vnav, then there's another waypoint, then there's Pirov. Okay? If I just load the approach, it should load after Pirov, the approach, and not change what's happening right now. If I activate the approach, then it should start to go direct to Pirov because it thinks that I want to fly the approach right now. Activate means fly right now. Load means load it downrange on the flight plan. But notice what happens. So we should load it right now because we're not at Pirov yet. But if I load it right now, it's loaded, right? After Pirov. Oh, it worked. Wait, did it work? I guess it did. So it stayed direct Vnav as it should have. I thought it was actually going to go direct Pirov, but the leg that we're on from RIP2 to Vnav is no longer pink, which is weird. It still says GPS, it's still pink here, so I think it's still flying that leg. It's, you know, we'd be too close to know, but weird that that doesn't stay pink. It could backtrack to RIP2, yeah, Coffee, it could do that too. I've seen it do both. I've seen it go direct to Pirov or backtrack to RIP2. For some reason, obviously because I'm on stream and people are watching, it worked perfectly. Okay, guys, let's start thinking about the configuration of the aircraft for landing. And one of the things I want to do now, since we have a tiny bit of time, that we don't do in other flights, but we're going to start doing more and more, is this. Look at the checklist. So I don't need performance, but I need normal procedures. And I need the checklist for normal procedures. And I need the descent checklist. So here we go. First of all, power lever is required, airspeed is required, trim is required, annunciations, engine and systems page, monitor. Okay. End of checklist. Wow, that's an easy checklist, isn't it? Okay, but then look at this. Oh, GFC 700 operation during descent. GFC 700 is the autopilot that's in this aircraft, right? Oh, LondonController. Whoa, what is up? Yeah, camera is busted, and it turns out that because of some weird, I don't know, they said, I think the word is pandemic, no webcams available in any store anywhere in the world ever. So yeah, can't show you my face, buddy. Wish I could. Can't do that right now. But man, I'm surprised. I'm so glad you're here. That's so awesome. Thanks for stopping by. All right, so let's quickly get through this checklist here. They mentioned that if you're using this autopilot, the nose up and nose down. Oh, hey, look at that. LondonController. What? No. What? So what's happening right now is I'm getting a raid from LondonController. Wow. Not ready for this. Not ready for this. Okay. Let's get our game face on, guys. Let's pretend we know what we're doing. Let's pretend we know what we're doing. Thanks, Jamie. Thanks for the additional pressure, shooting a special approach into Chambery. Great. All right. So, wait. Don't ban anybody just yet. Turn off your settings. Are you talking to me? All right, let's focus here on the approach. So basically using this autopilot, right? They say the nose up and nose out buttons on the mode controller, the MFD, are reference to airplane movement. Nose up button will increase the reference pitch attitude, and the nose down will decrease. Basically, they're saying that if you're using those buttons, that's what that's doing, right? Ooh, by the way, guys, check it out. Let's get rid of this real quick because we are now between PRIV and LB403. Remember that? That is almost time for us to get that super steep descent from LB403. Man, I'm getting so many follows. Guys, thank you for the follows. I'll get your names afterwards. A little busy on the approach right now. So we have an 8% grade. Remember, we have to lose 1,500 feet in only about 3.5 miles. So let's get ready for that. Let's go. Altitude selector needs to get down to 5,000. Let's get that done. We're going to use vertical speed, so get ready on that mode. 2.5 miles to go, right? And we're going to use about, let's try 1,500 feet per minute. I'll slow the speed down a little bit so our ground speed, 137, doesn't fight us on this descent. And we're going to drop it 1,500 feet per minute down to get to what is it? ILB 18 is the waypoint that we're going to have to be at 5,000 at to intercept the localizer at. Woo! All right. Hey, welcome everybody that came over from Jamie's stream. Great to meet you guys. I'm the Flying Fabio. Welcome to the channel. Unfortunately, you can't see me. My webcam is on the fritz. But I'll catch up with you guys in a little bit after we shoot this challenging approach into Chambery, France. Okay, we're about to be able to drop down. And by the way, outside weather is nice, everything looking good, but we're going to be focused in here, right? Here we go. Dropping down, vertical speed, 15 clicks, get that down, 1,500 feet per minute. Down we go, back on the power. Don't let that speed get too bad. 3.3 miles. Now, we're still GPS. Remember, we're going to have to switch to localizer 1 when we get there, right? We're already receiving it here. I checked the Charlie Yankee is over there. So we're good to go, and we should have the course already dialed in for that course of 175 down the chute to the runway. In a real Garmin, you can check that course while you're in GPS over here. That's one of the features we're asking Microsoft to add, and they have not added it yet. So there's no way for me to check the course without leaving GPS, and I can't leave GPS right now. Good news is the Garmin actually pre-drives that course for you. So when I switch the CDI here to lock 1, I expect it's going to say 175. 1.5 miles from ILB 18, our intercept point. There we go. Looking good. And our altitude is looking pretty good too because we're leveling off at 5 right now. Again, airspeed starts to deplete. Let's add that power. And because we're about to intercept the lock, there we go. I'm going to switch already. Here we go. CDI, boom. There's the lock. Lock captured already. Garmin shouldn't do this, but it did. We'll roll with it. Let's get our first detent of flaps down. Just the first. There we go. And we're going to wait to get our gear down until we're 1 dot below. And guys, if you're on watching right now, again, thank you so much for coming over. Look forward to getting to know you guys. I'm trying to become an affiliate, and I'm almost at 50 followers. So I'd love for you guys to give me some follows and get me there, and just continue to build this audience. All right, localizer captured and centered. We're looking pretty good there. Speed is good, and we're still far below the glide slope. But remember, this glide, back to that chart, right? Remember, this is no joke, 4.46 degrees. Not as steep as London City, but pretty damn steep. So we got to be fully configured before we intercept that. Julio the Plane Driver, thank you for the follow. GT Saints 3, Tater B, J Ryan 82, Bulgarian Controller, Anderson the Aviator, Rizes 014, Kenko, Will Airways, Keza 115, Zilitos. Guys, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for the follow. All right, here we go. Glide slope is alive. We're almost 1 dot below. Because I want to do both gear and flaps, I'm going to do my gear now. And I'm going to do full flaps now. Let the speed drop. We want to fly this at 100 knots today. So letting the speed bleed down. Fuel pumps coming on. Check fuel selectors both on. Speed checks. Glide slope didn't capture. And now it did. Okay, thank you, Garmin. Now watch that speed as we go down the chute. She's going to want to speed up. And we're changing a lot of pitch. So you got to stay on that speed. She's going to dance a little bit, but that's all right. Forgot the barrel pressure. That's right, Coffee. It's what happens when you get a raid and don't do your checklist for landing. So let's just hit B. Boom, there we go. Big change in our altimeter setting, but still on the glide. And that's the thing about an ILS, right? An ILS does not care about altimeter setting. If you're on the glide, you're on the glide. It's a radio signal. Okay, taking power back now to get the speed back to 100. We got gear down, 3 green, fully configured on the flaps. Fuel pumps are on. Fuel controllers are on. We are set for landing. We're now going to fly 100 feet or 100 knots down to our minimum altitude of barrel minimum, 1,070 feet. You guys recall we calculated that today. Not the easiest thing to do, but we did it. All right. Let's have a quick look outside, yeah? Plane looks to be pretty settled here. Almost settled on the speed. Let's see what's going on. Look at that. We dressed very professionally for the flight today. And look, we're over the lake as we expect it to be, right? Down the chute for Chambery. Look at that. And this terrain all here, guys, is why that mist approach is so special. And you see that little opening there. That's what they have you do on that mist. Remember, they have you fly 080, then 260, because you're further away from terrain on this side than this side. And then block over the NDB and come over here. They just do not want you on the west side of the airport over here. All right, 100 knots on the dot. And about 2,500 above our minimum. Obviously, the weather is awesome, right? So we would be visual now. And there's the runway. But we're going to continue flying this procedure here. Get around the ground. Another thing that we would have done normally is have a look at the airport chart to plan the exit after landing, right? So if you look, there's basically only 3 accesses to this runway. There's up here on November. That's before the runway threshold, obviously not us. Then there's Charlie. I think that's going to be too soon after landing. And then if we don't make Charlie, we're going to have to plan on Sierra, which is all the way down. So I'm not going to jam on the brakes after landing. I'm going to try and just land normally. And I'm not going to actually hit the brakes at all for a while because I'm going to let her roll all the way to the end. There's a grass strip here, so we got to watch for traffic landing and taking off there. They might not be talking to ATC. And then we'll take Sierra to the business terminal. Here is where our passengers are going to be dropped off today. So that kind of planning is good to do, obviously, prior to prior to even starting the approach, right? Okay, we are about 1,600 feet above our minimum. Little slow on the speed, so let's add a little more power. There's the runway, looking good, and you can tell actually, look, you can tell that there's 2 whites and 2 reds. This PAPI is, because this is such a critical type of approach, they match the PAPI to the glide slope. You guys may have seen, a lot of other airports don't. And if they don't, they'll have a little note, right, on the chart for you. And I know we're close, but I do have a few seconds to show you this. Look, the PAPI for runway 18 is 4.5 degrees. That approach is 4.46 degrees. That's why they match. So I'm going to show you the barrel minimum at 1,070 feet because I want to show you how low you can get on this approach before you have to go around. Whew, look at this, left fuel low. Man, we were counting it or calculating a little too close today. But I'll tell you what, when you get a fuel low warning, that's what you want, right? Is you want to be on final, close to the airport on a beautiful day like this. Then you're like, yeah, okay, no worries. I'll just get it on the ground. Okay, I'm going to get my Trek IR going here. We're about 200 above almost. $100 above. Decision altitude, landing. So you announce what you're going to do. If you go around, you say go around. If you're landing, you say landing. And I'm not going to change much of her attitude. You can tell the PAPI only has 1 white light on the left, so we're a little bit low, but obviously now I'm visual. I don't have to follow that down to the runway anymore. And yeah, Charlie, that first taxiway there on the left would be extremely optimistic. On the ground, lower the nose. And now remember, I'm not going to hit the brakes for a while. She slows down by herself quite a bit. So, trying to keep center line here. I'm trying a different sensitivity on the rudders today too. Yeah, looks, it is kind of weird, right? Actually, no, think about it, looks, it's the opposite. I think it's normal. The steeper the approach is, the easier it is for you to get low compared to that steep approach, because you're actually getting just closer to a normal approach. You know what I mean? It's just a different way of doing it. All right, so remember that the first thing we're worried about, or remember there's that grass strip over here, so checking, I don't see anybody. I should have checked final first. So right off the runway, look, there's no hold short line here or anything. So you basically start cleaning up right away. We're going flaps up, the fuel pumps come off. Transponder is going to go to on instead of alt. Back. Oops. Back. Get landing light off, strobe light off, taxi light on. And there we go. Now we're taxiing to the ramp. So I can switch now. Basically, let's show this here. And we can see my position there just to see where we're going to park, right? But we know that it's basically the far ramp over there. So we can just kind of keep going and just look at it. Now, what we're going to do is, yeah, that raid had told me a bit frazzled. I wasn't expecting that. Thanks again, Jamie. That was awesome. But we didn't do a lot of the checklists. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a full shutdown checklist when we get here to the ramp. Because then at least we'll feel like we did some checklists today, right? You gotta love these taxiway lights that are like halfway through a taxiway that Microsoft designs. Well, Microsoft, but really the AI, right? All right, guys, I think this is a pretty good... Oh, those guys waiting for me? Looks like they might be. Let's pretend they are. Ooh, but that would be from a different direction. Okay, well, let's try it. There we go. All right, parking brake on. Now let's get the checklist. Okay, so I'm going to stop my track IR so I don't make you guys dizzy. Okay, so let's see. This is all descent checklist, approach and landing. We did that. So let's do the after landing. So power lever to idle, brakes as required, alternator or alternate air is closed. Our alternate air. Actually, I forget. This is oxygen. I think alternate air is on this side here, on the inside of the console. I forget. Is closed. The pitot heat is off, so let's go. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to move this checklist off to the side. It makes it easier, doesn't it? There we go. All right, so pitot heat off. Avionics as required. We don't need the avionics anymore, but you also need to know what's in the avionics master in this aircraft. So in this aircraft, avionics master controls all the radios, the autopilot, and the lights. So turning it off now will turn off our lights. Our engines are still on, and I don't want our lights to go off just yet. So I'm going to leave this, which is not a great idea to skip a step on a checklist. But in real life, if you have a checklist that's paper, there's different techniques for marking an item that you skipped to make sure that you don't skip it and you remember to go back to it. So here, I'm just going to make a mental note. I could do a little highlighting in Acrobat. Don't want to do that. So lights, as required, they're going to stay on for now. Flaps are up and fuel pumps are off. Okay. Shutdown. Parking brake. Parking brake is set. Okay. Power lever up to 10% load for 1 minute. The load is up here. Up to 10% is if we want to add power. We don't have to add power right now. And they say for 1 minute because you may want your air conditioning on still, etc. So you may want to add some power to the engines while you're stopped. And they're saying you can do up to 10% up to a minute. Otherwise, the engines might probably get too hot. Engine system page, we don't have that in the Garmin, but basically you're checking to make sure the engines are still healthy. There's no issues with them, etc. ELT, check not activated. So the ELT is over here. That's the emergency locator transmitter. And you can reset and test it, right? That was a test. But what they're wanting to check is make sure this on light is not on. Basically, you did not trigger the ELT. Well, how could you trigger it? ELTs are triggered by G-force. So if you hit, basically land, but it's a hit, right? So hard that it can set off the ELT, it will. And it will be on. And it has happened before that people landed super hard, but the plane survived the landing, and they taxi to the ramp, and their ELT is going off, but they don't know because the little sound you heard here, that little horn or siren, doesn't play when it's on by itself, when it's on because of a G-force, right? To save battery, it doesn't do it out loud. It just does it via radio signal. So if this is on after landing, yeah, you gotta turn it off. Otherwise, search and rescue are gonna come to the airport looking for you. Literally, they will send people out in helicopters with a GPS position of your ELT looking for you. So you don't want to do that. All right, ELT is not activated. Avionics master, we're gonna turn it off now. So now we're gonna kill the lights. But notice that engine master is only 2 down, right? So that's okay for me. I can still keep it on if I want to, but I'm going to follow the manufacturer checklist. So avionics master goes off. That means I can also turn the lights off because they're no longer on. Electrical consumers. So I have an electrical master here. So I'm going to turn this off and it's going to kill the screens. And the comm radios, the navigation radios are on the avionics master bus. Comm radios are on the electrical master bus. All right. Now engine master off, so we're going to turn both engines off. I'm going to start by turning the right engine off, and it's just moving the master engine switch to off. Look at that. The engine comes to a stop. Same thing for the left engine. These engines are super, super easy. There we go. And anti-collision lights, which is really the strobes. I already had that off, right? But what they mean here is the beacon. This aircraft doesn't have a separate beacon. It's under position lights, so you can't turn that off by itself here in the sim. All right, then after turning the engine master off, wait until the Garmin 1000 engine indications are in the red or yellow prior to switching the electrical master off. Oh, so I made a mistake. The electrical master, the red, should not have been turned off. It was electrical consumers that were to be turned off. Okay, we'll do that next time. This ensures that the engine flight data can be written to non-volatile memory before removing electrical power. So remember, these engines are fully computer controlled, right? So they record a lot of stuff when you turn them off. That's all they're saying is make sure that you get the red X's or yellow X's before you turn off the avionics, because you see this little you may not know that it's an SD card, but this right here is an SD card. That's where the nav data for the GPS is at, but it's also where it's recording all the data for the flight in. And once it's recorded and turned off, you can take this home, plug it into your computer, and basically download telemetry from your flight, which is really awesome. Okay, so electrical master is now off. Then, caution, before shutdown, the engine must run for at least 1 minute with the power lever up to 10% to avoid heat damage off the turbocharger. If you've ever had a turbo in your car, you may have to do this. You have to cool the turbo by running the engine, right? Which we also did not do. So, okay, learned for next time. What else? Do not shut down an engine with a fuel selector valve. The high pressure fuel pump can otherwise be damaged. What they're saying is, look, there's a fuel valve back here, right? 2 of them actually. You could turn the engine off by killing the fuel to the engine. So turn this valve off. It literally is a mechanical valve that connects the fuel tank in the wing to the engine. You turn that off, no more fuel goes to the engine will quit. And that's how you turn, well, it's kind of how you kill other engines, is you pull the mixture to lean, right? You don't use the fuel shut-off valve, you pull the mixture to lean, but basically you're starving the engine from fuel, yeah, before, or to stop the engine. That's not how these engines like to be turned off. So what they're saying is, hey, you may have done that in other aircraft, and because you don't have a mixture here, you may want to come back here and turn the fuel selector to off to kill the engine. Please don't do that. That will damage high pressure fuel pumps that exist in the engine system and in the fuel system. Okay, now this is the end of the checklist, but it's not yet ready for us to walk away. Exit aircraft. Exit the plane. Okay, post-flight inspection. Parking. Parking brake. Oh, hold on. No. Okay, wow. Okay, I am missing something here that either I missed or that they did not put in the checklist. Let me see. I want to see if anybody watching right now can guess what it is. There's one step that we need to do that I haven't done, that I don't see here in the after landing or in the shutdown checklists. But it's definitely a step you want to make or you want to do. Let's see. Let's see if anybody can guess. Order the cocktails? No, Gary, that's already been done. That was done on short final. I sent a text. No, so think about how you want to leave an aircraft, right? Think about what I was just talking about, the engine fuel systems. There is one thing that you don't want to leave open, because if you have a leak downstream, you would lose a lot of fuel. Nothing? No one? Come on, guys, you know this. All right, well, I'll just tell you. Oh, go, coffee. Yes, coffee! Coffee with the answer. Close the fuel valves. That's right, you have to do that at the end, though. They don't want you to shut off the engines that way. That's exactly right. And the reason to shut off the fuel valves is what I was just talking about. By the way, look, I don't know if you guys know, the Diamond has this really cool mechanical lock here that doesn't allow the fuel valve to go to off by mistake. Like if you just brush this with your elbow or something and bump it back here, it will go down to crossfeed, which is this position. So now the right engine is taking gas from the left wing, right? Or sorry, the left engine is taking gas from the right wing. but you cannot go to off unless you move this little guy like that. Then you can go to off. Open it up and go to off. Oops, go to off. Hey, there we go. Why do you want to close these before walking away? Exactly for the reason that I said, is because the fuel valve is, I don't know exactly in this aircraft, but let's say here's your fuel tank, right? Most of the wing here is a fuel tank. All right. Well, then somewhere between the fuel tank exit over here and the engine over here, there's a line, right? And on that line, usually close to the fuel tank, there's a fuel shutoff valve. That valve literally mechanically stops fuel from leaving the tank and going to the engine, right? But what it can also stop is, let's say that you leave that open and you say, well, don't worry, the engine is off. There's fuel, it's not going anywhere. That's true. That is true. But let's say that there's a leak anywhere between the fuel tank and the engine. There's a leak on the line, the hose maybe chafed and is leaking now, or on the connection of the hose to the engine, you know, there's going to be a bunch of seals. Maybe some of those seals are old and they start leaking. Basically, there's more opportunities for leak if you leave fuel connected all the way to the engine than if you kill it right on the exit of the fuel tank. That's what the fuel valves or the fuel shutoff valves do, and that's why you want to close them or set them to closed before you walk away from the aircraft. Will it be bad if you leave them on and come back tomorrow? No. As a matter of fact, the chances of a leak are pretty small, right? But why take the chance? And as you know, aviation is all about safeguarding against bad things happen. So that's why we close the fuel valves. That is the end of this checklist. There is obviously a post-flight inspection. Every pilot out there that is worth their salt should be looking at the aircraft after a flight just to make sure there's nothing that looks weird, right? Something can have happened during the flight and you maybe didn't notice. You want to see an example of what that's like? I'll show you. Check this out. This was a very scary one. This right here was Concorde Bravo Oscar Alpha Fox. Look at that. That is a piece of the vertical tail, right? That right there came off during flight on their way to Australia. They were flying to Australia. This was in the earlier part of the Concorde life, and they had flights to Australia. They lost this at supersonic speeds and never felt it when they were inside the aircraft. They only saw it when they were taxiing in, and somebody made a comment on the frequency, and the pilots, parked the aircraft to the gate, got out, and went to look, and were shocked to see that part of the vertical tail had departed the aircraft. So anything can happen, and you think you might feel it, but you don't always feel it. So a post-flight inspection, as they call it here, post-flight inspection, is always recommended. Get out, walk around the aircraft, have a quick look. It takes 10, 20, 30 seconds, right? And it can be, again, the difference between you next time having a healthy aircraft to fly or not. And if necessary, moor the airplane. So if you want to tie down the airplane, go for it. So that's the end of the checklist today. Every flight that we do, guys, we're getting more professional, right? We're getting more into the performance tables. We're getting more into the checklists, more into some more complex procedures out there. Just having fun with this, but also really happy that you guys are asking questions and that we're learning as we go. I'm learning a lot too, as you can tell. You can never know everything, right? So super excited about it. I love that you guys are here. Can't believe that I got a raid from Jamie today. Was not expecting that. Jamie, thank you so much. You're a legend, man. And thanks for everybody here. Love you guys being here. Yeah, more and more coffee. That's what happens for me too, man. So Luke's coffee, Gary, everybody, man. Santiago. Let's see. Jesus, too many to remember. Quairds. Thank you guys for being here. I'll see you guys next time. I'll be streaming again. Probably not this afternoon or tonight. I'll stream again tomorrow. So thank you. Hit the Discord up, and I'll see you guys next time.